Honorable members, we are going to take the silent prayer or meditation. Amen. Honorable members, the office of the Speaker, on behalf of the Legislature, has learned of the passing on of the following person since our last sitting. Mr. Patrick Ndlovu, a legendary actor whose acting career spanned more than 4 decades. Miss Tina Monica Jomat Peterson, a member of the Parliament, who served as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Police. Jomat Peterson, before joining Parliament in 2009, served as an MEC in the Northern Cape. She went on to serve as the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries between 2009 and 2014. She was later appointed Minister of Energy between 2014 and 2017. Mr. Clive Buck, the dog, William Barker, the coach of the Bafana Bafana team that won the 1996 AFCON on home soil and qualified the team for the World Cup. Barker was a true legend of South African football. He was a pioneer for coaches in South Africa and helped to change the face of the sport in the country. Mr. Raj Mora, a former member of the Parliament and the councillor in eThekwini Municipality. Mr. Mora served as the chairperson of Ward 70 branch in Naidu Makaya zone and was also a former zonal treasurer. He also ran the ANC Chatsworth parliamentary constituency. All victims of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crime, all public servants and traditional leaders of this province and the country at large, and all victims of road fatalities in our province during the recent past. Let us now observe a moment of silence to honor all those who have departed. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Honorable members, the office have received the following apologies. The Honorable Miss N.N. Boise, the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, and Honorable Mr. R. Tim Tembu, Deputy Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, are attending the Speakers Forum in Pretoria. Honorable Miss N. Dubengube, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, has requested to leave early. Honorable Miss N. Pinkonyeni, MEC for Finance, is on an official international trip. Honorable Miss N. Simelane, MEC for Health, is attending the AIDS Council in Durban. Honorable Mr. NNG Mahlaba is attending the Sports Summit in Izimbali. Honorable Miss LXH Hlongwa Madlala has requested to leave early. Honorable Miss RZP Zulu is on study leave. Honorable Mr. VF Hlabisa, leader of official opposition, is in Poland as per invitation by the Brentas Foundation from the 20th to the 24th of June. Honorable Mr. F.A. Rogers is on leave. Honorable Ms. S. Hussein has a prior commitment. Honorable Ms. N.L. Baipeli has a family bereavement. Honorable Mr. M.W. Twala, Honorable N.N. Gubane, Honorable Ms. N. Dlamini, and Honorable Ms. H.P. Chiliza have party engagements. Honorable Ms. S. Chakuri Rashbans has requested to leave the sitting early and therefore tenders an apology for the IFP motion debate as she will miss this due to an urgent party engagement. She will be present visually for the Premier's debate, transport debate, and ANC debate. And Ms. N. Naidu, KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Secretary, is attending the Speakers Forum in Pretoria. We wish the following members a speedy recovery, that we have received that they are not well. Honorable Mr. S. E. Mangele and Honorable Ms. P.A.T.N. Telezi. I would also love to introduce the new members who have been sworn in as the members of this House. You are kindly informed that 2 members representing the African National Congress were sworn in on Tuesday, 20 June 2023, following the resignation of Mr. K.S. Mshengu and the movement of Mr. S. Zigalala to National Parliament, respectively. These members are Honorable Mr. M.A. Dix and Honorable Inkosi Yesizwe S.N. Ndwalane. Mr. M.A. Dix. I would like to inform the House that there has been changes in respect of committee chairperson within the legislature. Honorable Mr. T.V. Kulu has been elected as the chairperson of Finance Portfolio Committee. Honorable Ms. L.X. H. Hlongwa has been elected as the chairperson of STACOV, and Honorable Mr. N.M. Sibiya has been elected as the chairperson of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee. Please be advised that there has been changes to the committee membership effected by the African National Congress as of the 20th of June 2023. The new membership list has been circulated to members. Also be informed that Ms. Wendy Lensbeck from PAMET is available from 9 to 12 today to assist members who have queries about their medical aid. Members will find her in the members' reading room. Those members that are members of the PAMET medical aid. You are also invited to Umkhuleko wasentabeni kwaXeza. His Majesty King Misuzulu kaZwelithini cordially invites all members of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature to attend Umkhuleko wasentabeni kwaXeza, which is scheduled for Saturday, 24th of June 2023, starting at 10 at Entabeni kwaXeza. You are also invited at a celebration and monitoring the implementation of the district development model visit to Uthukela District Municipality. Honorable members, the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. MC Ramaphosa cordially invites all members of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature to attend the accelerating and monitoring the implementation of the district development model visit to Uthugela District Municipality, scheduled to take place on Friday, 30th of June, 2023, starting at 9 hours at Oqungwini Sport Field, Oqungwini Area, Ward 29, Alfred Duma Local Municipality, Uthugela District. We have received an announcement or report by the Premier. We are giving this opportunity to the Premier to give any announcement.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. We wish to make the following announcement. The 11th South African AIDS Conference kicked off at the Nkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center, and we on the 20th of May, and will run up until tomorrow. The conference, held under the theme Act, Connect and End Epidemic, has brought under one roof global continental scientists, researchers, policymakers, social activists, governments, people living with HIV, as well as academics, to take stock and reflect on the strides and programs on responding to the fight against HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, and STIs. The provincial government presented and outlined the progress and interventions made by our province in the fight against the HIV and AIDS. KwaZulu-Natal is still recognized as one of the epicenters of the HIV and AIDS. And speaking on behalf of the Deputy President, the Health Minister, Minister Joe Pahla, indicated that South Africa was on 3 global lists of high-burden countries for HIV, TB, and associated TB and drug resistance. Honorable members, the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government is happy to welcome in partnership with the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture. We are hosting the BRICS Ministers of Sports meeting, which gets underway today in Durban. And we'll, from this afternoon, be hosting all those ministers from the BRICS countries. The Republic of South Africa assumed the rotational chairmanship of the BRICS Forum on the 1st of January 2023 from the People's Republic of China, and will chair BRICS until 31st of December 2023. In preparation for the BRICS work stream, various government departments are expected to conceptualize and develop programs for hosting of the BRICS festivities. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is one of the leading departments to conceptualize BRICS festivities, specifically the sports cultural component of South Africa's tenure as BRICS chair. The meeting was preceded by BRICS senior officials meeting that was held on the 21st of June. Honorable members, we also announced that in the effort to fight the rampant youth unemployment, the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government will, from today, Thursday, the 22nd to 24th of June, host a career exhibition in partnership with the University of KwaZulu-Natal in the Howard College campus in Durban. The Career Expo will raise awareness about various career opportunities in key sectors that are drivers of economic growth and job creation. The career exhibition will also expose the youth and unemployed graduates to careers and jobs in the sectors such as ICT, maritime, aviation, automotive, manufacturing, and more engagement will also be held, including pilots, engineering, marine scuba diving, marine biologists, actuarials, scientists, data analysts, and many others. The Career Expo is hosted by the province of KwaZulu-Natal in collaboration with Fuse Institute to create sustainable jobs that make impact to the youth. The last one, Honorable Chair, is that the honorable members are advised of the Nazareth Baptist Church, popularly known as KwaShembe Church, and Ama Nazareta, is the pillar of strength in our community. The 112-year-old church has been a source of comfort and guidance for generations of South Africans, a repository of Zulu culture, customs, history, and heritage. The church has done a lot to uplift and empower its congregants and communities around Inanda, where it was founded in 1911. Today, the church, under the leadership of Unyazi Lwezulu, will hold its inaugural eThekwini prayer at Moses Mabhida Stadium. We take this opportunity to wish Ama Nazareta Baptist Church well as they pray for the eradication of social ills that engulf our province and our municipalities. The last one, Honorable Speaker, sorry, my apologies, I said the last one. On the 10th of June 2023, the sun set on KwaZulu-Natal following the passing of the former Bafana Bafana coach Clive the Dog Baka on Thursday, the 15th of June. KwaZulu-Natal provincial government honored Clive Baka with a special provincial official funeral category 2, which was granted by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. Clive Baka towered Bafana Bafana to victory in 1996 African Cup. We are proud to have this revolutionary who used the soccer to forge social cohesion, integration, and unity in our country. He was a revolutionary who did not fear to set foot in the township during the height of apartheid in the 1970s. The dog may be gone, but he left behind a lasting legacy of unity and social cohesion. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. We are continuing. The office have received the following reports or papers that we are tabling before the House. KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, KwaZulu-Natal Legislature Budget Performance in Year Monitoring Report for the month of May 2023. Portfolio Committee on Education, the Annual Oversight Plan 2023-2024, and also the NSNP School Visits Report. Financial and Fiscal Commission, 2024 and 2024-2025 Annual Submission on the Division of Revenue. The Office of the Premier, report by the Premier on the non-viable school following the SOPA 2023 in relating to the COVID, the non-viable school into learning and training centers or community colleges for the artisanal and small business skills. Now we are moving on to the formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip. We are giving this opportunity to the Chief Whip to present the motion or notices. Chief Whip.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker, honorable members and officials. Honorable Speaker, there are no formal motions and notices from the Office of the Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. We are moving on to the order of the day. We are about to debate on the report by the Premier on the non-viable schools. Okay, we will start with the member statements. The first member to present the statement, it's Honorable M.A. Zulu of the ANC. Honorable Ndabezitha.
Okay. Speaker, thank you so much. My member statement, the milestone achieved by COGTA with regards to traditional leadership under the helm of the African National Congress government exemplifies the ANC's respect for traditional leadership and the commitment in strengthening the institution of the traditional leadership. Over and above committing to the continued remuneration of izinduna, including the back pays, the department has committed to a capacity building and the skills impartation transfer. The role played by traditional leadership in communities continues to be applauded by the ANC as we are faced with the social ills such as crime, substance abuse, gender-based violence, and other issues. Which programs are therefore implemented by provincial government working with traditional authority, and what other support does COGTA and the Office of the Premier provides to traditional leadership? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Makeba. We are moving on to the next member who is also presenting the statement, Honorable P.H. Mbatakele of the African National Congress.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kika.
Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 114, there is an opportunity for the any member of the executive or the Premier to respond. Before you moving on, are you going to allow a response after each one or collectively? Can you rule on that?
The plan that I have in place is to listen to all the member statements, then allow if there is a member of the executive that want to respond on the member statements. If you look at your rules 114(5), at the conclusion of statement by members, not by member, conclusion of statement, not statement, statements by members. The Premier or the MEC present may be given an opportunity to respond for not more than 2 minutes each to any statement. So hence, we will allow all the members to present their statements and allow the members of the executive or the Premier to respond.
Madam Chairperson, we may have different interpretations, but so be it.
Isingisi-ke lesakusisona sakithi. Kodwa kuthi members, statements, conclusion. So I'm taking that. We can continue. Honorable Mbatatele, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, 2 years ago, the Durban Motor Licensing Office was damaged and was declared unsafe post as per the need analysis conducted. The center was then relocated to Umbilo in ensuring that at least the people are assisted, even though its previous business could not be compared to about 70,000 vehicles transitions that the Durban catered every month, making it the biggest in the province. We welcome the announcement made by the MEC for Transport, Community and Safety Licensing on the opening of the Durban Motor Licensing Center, which will ensure that the people will get different required services whilst also appreciating the usage of Umbilo temporarily then. As servicing the people is a priority to the African National Congress-led government, the department must also inform us about other improvements made in regards to the reopening of other motor licensing offices in the province. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbatatele. Honorable Umzimkhulu of the African National Congress.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker. This House notes the outcry raised by the community in the Tibu rural area of Iwinen in Tugela district, which pertains to the overcrowding in the only available secondary school in the area called Esahlumbe Secondary School, where the community and a delegation led by Inkosi Umthembu engaged the MEC for Education to intervene through the construction of the new school in Sahlumbe area. The African National Congress considers education as a societal matter, hence our government made it an apex priority, which is evident through different programs such as the learners' transport, amongst others. In response to the challenge of overcrowding,
what practical steps has the department taken which lessen the burden to the only available secondary school in the area? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kulu. We are moving on. Honorable MP Kwala of the Inkatha Freedom Party.
Honorable Speaker, Section 139 of the Constitution has been used by the MEC for Kokta, Honorable Bongistole Mloyi, in targeting municipalities governed by the opposition. The IFP is not against any intervention by the MEC of Kokta to deal with transgressions on municipalities as it had Umsekeli, but we questioned her intervention strategy, which seemed to be politically motivated. Some municipalities have been under administration for quite some time now, and it seems as if there is no progress is being made to turn the tide, including ANC-led municipalities such as Msunduza Municipality. This raises serious questions around the effectiveness of provincial administration and the capability of the administrators deployed to these municipalities. Further, there is no clear time frame on how long should the municipality be placed under administration and what criteria is used when placing a municipality under administration. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kwala. The next member to present a statement is Honorable.
A point of privilege, which has nothing to do with this one. Just to check, Honorable Speaker, ukuthi lo kade efungiswa uyohlala esinda ngoba ufungiswe nenkosi ngoba bezizotha kaqojame la.
Ngicabanga ukuthi imphephethwa kuzokwazi ukuhlawula ngoba kahle kahle uguqisa inkosi. The next member to present her statement is Honorable TP Mthethwa of Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the 23rd October 2015, the Department of Transport published the National Policy Learner Transport Policy, which is intended to improve access to quality education by providing safe, decent, effective, integrated, and sustainable learner transport, especially for learners in rural areas who experience challenges in accessing schools. Many schools in KZN had been applying for learner transport since its inception in 2012, but without success. The 402 schools that will benefit from the 2,666 million for 2023-2024 financial aid towards the scholar transport is not enough. The ANC-led government has failed many learners in KZN by not providing them with school transport. Parents are forced to hire unsafe bakkies to transport their children. It is inexcusable to blame the lack of funding.
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. The next member to present a statement, it's Honorable M. Tembe of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Speaker. KwaZulu-Natal's alarming teenage pregnancy statistics revealed by the Health MEC demand an urgent response. Between April and December last year, 26,515 girls aged between 10 and 19 years old fell pregnant. A staggering 1,254 were aged 14 and younger. These are shocking statistics. This requires an in-depth study to identify circumstances, factors, and omissions that give rise to young girls falling pregnant. It seems that social development has turned a blind eye to this ongoing issue. Each year, there is an increase, and the silence of DSD seems to be deafening. What is the MEC of Social Development doing to deal with the massive increase of teen pregnancy, and how are they chasing up with social workers in clinics who have identified statutory rape? This issue needs urgent attention on workable whole-of-society actions and solutions as communities are waiting on social development to assist them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tembe. The next member to present her member statement is Honorable P.P. Herricks of Economic Freedom Fighter.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The scourge of violence in our province and schools is a cause of concern, with schools slowly turning into war zones. The big question is, what is the provincial government doing towards combating crimes in school? Taking into account that is not only a departmental issue, as it needs the attention of various stakeholders. During this year's SOPA address, the Premier highlighted that each provincial department was to allocate a certain portion of its budget towards combating crime in the province. Can we get a breakdown of what has been done so far towards promoting safe and conducive learning environments? Thank you very much.
Honorable Herricks, the next member to present her member statement, it's Honorable C.M. Shinga of National Freedom Party.
Honorable Speaker, as the NFP, we note the growing increasing population of the KZN province, which dictates that we need to be hard on revenue generation and collection. One department that has a major role and responsibility to execute such mandate is the Department of Public Works. It seems as if this department is failing its principal and prudent mandate, since throughout the province, we have a number of neglected and abandoned government properties and buildings. And some of these buildings have become white elephants or imihume yabaphangi la kugcwelezelwa khona abantu. The NFP note with concern the abandoned and neglected houses in Umzumbe under Ugu district, under Olupepheni and Tutwin areas. These houses were meant to house government employees. However, for no reasons, they are neglected and some are being vandalized. These properties.
Thank you, Honorable Shinga.
But it is well.
I am the one who is sharing. Ukuthi abantu bathi kodwa ubani osherayo kanti bakwethu. Honorable members, haven't listened to the member statements. Now I want to check with the Premier, the Honorable MECs, if is there anyone that want to make some response in terms of Rule 1145, in terms of our standing rules of this House. I'm noting Honorable Fraser. Is there anyone that want to respond? Honorable Khoza, Honorable, was your hand up, Msholos? Or Honorable Nkosi? So those are the three MECs that will respond in terms of the member statement. Each MEC is having 2 minutes to respond to a member statement.
Honorable.
It's the Premier. Oh, Honorable Sichole Mloyi. Each member is having 2 minutes to respond to each member's statement. I will start with Honorable Fraser.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by thanking the honorable members who raised a number of questions to the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal. Maybe let me start by addressing the issue raised by Honorable T.P. Mthethwa concerning the learner transport. Indeed, Honorable Member, we do have challenges in terms of budget, but as in now, I want the honorable members to note that the Department of Education is spending more than 266 million in ensuring that we cater for the learners that need transport. And again, I want to emphasize the fact that as the department, we are very much committed in ensuring that we provide the scholar transport. unfortunately due to funds. And I know that the honorable members will know and understand that Department of Education has suffered a huge sum in terms of budget cuts. But again, we will continue serving the community of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you very much. Moving to the next question, which was raised by Honorable Ulu. Honorable Chair, on the 8th of June 2023, myself, head of department, and other DDGs, we went to Sahlumbe, where we had a meeting at the tribal court. We went there in order to address the issues that were there pertaining the site of the school that we ought to build as the Department of Education. Indeed, we had a very successful meeting, and we committed that the building will be started on the 15th of June, something that happened, Honorable Chair of Chairs. And allow me to inform this House. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fraser. We are now allowing Honorable Khoza.
Order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Kika.
Madam Chair, I'm referring back to Rule 114. And I want to point out to you that in terms of Rule 114, each MEC is allowed 2 minutes per member statement to respond. So this has been what we did the last time in the House. It's protecting the right of the MEC, actually, so that you didn't cut her off at 2 minutes, that you allowed her to continue to respond to the next statement, for which she also had 2 minutes. So MECs can respond to each statement for 2 minutes. That means that each member statement has 3 minutes allocated to it. And that is how the rule should work. It is what we did in the last sitting when we had member statements, and it is a precedent of this House set prior to that as well. I'm just pointing this out to you so that you can go and rule on it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kika. I'm glad because you are also referring to the presidency of this House, because the interpretation of the rule might be reading in different manner. So with the presidency that you are referring to, I will allow Honorable Fraser to continue to respond to another member, to another statement that was presented by another member. In terms of the presidency,
allow me to finish what I've started. Honorable Chair of Chairs, allow me to inform this House that the school that we'll be building will be called Inkosi Umkhuphukeli. This school will be having 20 classrooms, 4 multi-purpose rooms, a computer room, team teaching facilities, a special administration block, head of department offices, a counseling room, garden stores, administration storage, changing rooms, NSNP kitchen, ablution facilities, sports field, combo court, and assembly area respectively. I therefore thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fraser. We are moving on to the next member to respond on the statement or statements. Honorable Khoza.
Thank you and greetings to yourself, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is in response of the question asked by Honorable Tembe in terms of the high level of teenage pregnancy in KwaZulu-Natal. Yes, I want to agree with Honorable Tembe that teenage pregnancy is, of course, statutory rape, especially looking at the teenage pregnancy among our teenagers, ranging from the age of 10 years to 15 years. That is statutory rape. I want to say this is a societal issue. Not only social development is responsible for it, but communities, families are responsible for it. We come just to add on what the families and communities are doing. We need to instill the culture of Ubuntu among our communities so that we lead in terms of the programs we are doing. We have programs offered by social development. We have programs which are taken to schools. The YOLO program, which we are saying you only live once. You've got one life, just take care of the life of yours. You are responsible as a member, as a teenager, to take responsibility of your life. That's what you are saying. This takes 15 years to 18 years. So this one is given to high schools. With primary schools, we have a CHOMI program. The CHOMI program intends to talk to 10 to 14 years, because that's where we are saying you need to be responsible of your life. We can see that if you go to fathers of those kids, people can run away because kids are being impregnated by relatives, fathers, and family members. Let us bring back culture of Ubuntu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Khoza. We are moving on to the next MEC, Honorable Nkosi. The platform is yours. Umzimkhulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We really want to appreciate the point raised by Honorable Shinga. Would want to confirm to you that we have identified a number of government buildings that have been hijacked by criminal elements, more specifically the foreign nationals. We are busy auditing that, and we are investigating as to whether we can form partnerships, starting with the vulnerable groups. The day before yesterday, we met the military vets in our own ministry office, where they raised this matter. And then they requested that they start a partnership with us as the Department of Public Works, which we have agreed with them. So when we are dealing with this matter, we are going to make sure that the partnership addresses the plight that is faced by the vulnerable groups, more specifically the women and the young people, as well as the military vets as they have come forward. So I want to assure you that we are going to start with 2 buildings that they have identified in the metro. And we are going to spread it throughout the whole province. As you have mentioned, that these invasions are throughout the whole province of our KwaZulu-Natal. So we are going to be systematic when we deal with this problem. We are going to deal with those unused buildings which have not yet been invaded, so that it will be easier to address that problem as you have raised it, and then confront those that are occupied by foreign nationals and the criminal elements. That's the thinking that we have in the department. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Nkosi. We are taking the next MEC, Honorable Sithole Moloi.
Order, Madam Chair.
Honorable Kika.
Madam Chair, I
Thank
refer you to Rule 121. And if I may proceed, you stop honorable members at the time that the clock sounds from speaking any further, but you are also allowing MECs to continue for a few seconds afterwards. That is unfair to members, Madam Chair, and I should like to remind you of that.
Which honorable member I stopped, Honorable Kika?
At the sound of the clock, Madam Chair, members are expected to finish and therefore they stop. But MECs are allowed to continue for seconds afterwards.
Okay. Honorable Kika, let me help you to understand. When the clock clicks, I allow the honorable member to finish the sentence. But if the honorable member decides to just sit down or move from the podium, there is nothing that I can do. But there is no member that I've said, just sit down before finishing the sentence. Okay, let us continue allowing Honorable MEC Sitholemloyi to respond to the statements.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Mavimbela. Greetings to the Honorable Premier, to the speakers, Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, and all honorable members of the House. Honorable Chair, on the question, we want to welcome the statements made by honorable members. I will start with the first one, which was presented by Honorable Zulu. He was applauding the provincial government led by the ANC for the work that they are doing in relation to Amakosi and the support that we are giving. We welcome that, and also want to say that we have tried by all means as the government led by the ANC to deal with the issues that we feel that they need urgent attention, such as the payment of Izinduna, which is also applauded by this House and people out there. The second part of it was the trying to meet halfway Amakosi in respect to the payment of the stipend of the secretaries, which we increased from 1.6 to 8,000, and that also was applauded by the House and also by the community out there and respective stakeholders that are directly affected by the improvement that we are making. We are also continuing rehabilitating and also renovating the TACs of Amakosi, and we continue with the programs of social ills and social cohesion programs that we are dealing with, and also supporting them in their respective izizwe in matters that affect their work and how we should actually be supporting them as the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal. The second question was also by Honorable Kwala on the intervention that we are doing in the municipalities. The nature of the intervention that are out there are Section 139B. And we are saying that in respect to that, we are correcting the matters that has been raised by AG, and also matters of financial management, also matters of administration and human resource capacity that are in those municipalities. The term of the municipal representatives are 6 months that we always extend when we see that the municipality has not moved according to what has been stipulated as the business plan of trying to turn around those municipalities. We have done that in all the municipalities, and we have also moved on. As I have been responsible for the department, we have also called the municipalities that we feel that they are not holding the fort as expected, to speak with them so that they work with our ministerial representatives in cooperation to try and turn the municipalities around. We can't take the municipality out of intervention as long as that municipality has not cleared all the matters that were raised by the AG, and also not cleared the issues.
Honorable Stolemloyi, Honorable Kika, just hold on. Let me help you, because you guided me in terms of the presidency of this House, that each statement it's given 2 minutes. Honorable Stolemloyi responded to Honorable Zulu. Then she is now responding to Honorable Kwala. Hence, I'm allowing her to continue. And you are dissatisfied, you are pointing fingers to me. Whereas I did exactly what you requested me to do. Don't do what you are doing, Honorable Kika. Please. Honorable Stolemloyi, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, for that. I thought that I had 4 minutes. That's why I just didn't want to cut myself in between, so that I respond to all the questions. That's how we are doing, and also with that,
all the ministerial representatives have terms of reference on how they expected to deal with the matters and work with those municipalities that are assigned to. And we are hoping that with the correspondence that we send to them, to the municipalities, to say we want to see them cooperating with them, because all the time they question their mandate in those respective municipalities. That delays the correction of the issues that are raised in those respective municipalities. Would I urge all the political parties in this house to work with us in ensuring that those deployees from those political parties do understand why we intervene and why they should turn around the situation in those respective municipalities. I thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and thanks also to the honorable members for the question that or for the statement that they put forward for COGTA. Thanks.
Thank you very much to all the honorable MECs that have responded to the member statements. Honorable members, I would love to run this house in the decorum that it deserves. And we cannot take away that actions speak louder than words. So let us make sure that our actions are also giving this house the decorum that it requires. We are done now with the member statements and also the responses by honorable MECs. We are moving on to the order of the day, where we are going to debate on the report by the Premier on the non-viable schools following the 2023 State of the Province Address in relation to the converting the non-viable schools into learning and training centers or community colleges for the artisanal and small business skills. The first member on this is the Premier herself to make the presentation for 10 minutes. Honorable Premier of our province, Honorable Dube Ngube.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I have requested Honorable Nkosi to present on our behalf as so as to assure the connectivity of the statement as well as the dealing with the matters. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dube Ngube. In terms of the rules, that is allowed if you are having a poor connectivity, that you can appoint another member to make the presentation on your behalf. So, Honorable Nkosi, you are the acting Premier now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Mavimbela. Honorable members of the Provincial Executive Council, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip of the House, all the whips and the House, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, we are humbled to stand before this august House this morning on behalf of the Honorable Premier, Honorable Nomsa Dube Ngube, to present a report on government's bold and determined plans to repurpose non-viable schools and turn them into centers of excellence. These centers will expose our people, especially youth and unemployed graduates, to new careers in various sectors such as automotive, manufacturing, information and communication technology, and many others, while also injecting new skills and addressing unemployment and poverty. The issue of schools repurposing is one of the areas that we have worked on for many years. It is a fact that KwaZulu-Natal has many distinctive strengths and opportunities. However, like the rest of the country, the province also faces the same debilitating challenges. The low levels of relevant education and skills in the province and the resultant high levels of youth unemployment remain an obstacle to the potential demographic dividend presented by a large young population of our working age. Honorable Speaker, as a departure point, it might be useful to assist some of the honorable members here and our people out there to point out that the closure of or merger of non-viable schools is provided in the legislation. It is not peculiar to KZN only, and it is not a new phenomenon. It has always been done for prudent reasons. According to the Constitution of the Republic, the Department of Basic Education has a constitutional mandate to provide quality education to all learners. Such quality education must be delivered in accessible, well-resourced, and safe facilities. Some schools, because of factors like low enrollment, poor or no quality teaching, cannot deliver on this mandate efficiently and cost-effectively. Regardless of factors like size of the school, the department still has an obligation to provide adequate number of teachers, LTSMs, and appropriate facilities with sufficient classrooms and other functional spaces. The department, therefore, considered it prudent to close some of the non-viable schools, which it categorizes as micro non-viable schools, and match them with nearby schools as part of the school rationalization process. Micro non-viable schools are defined as schools with low learner population, around 135 in the primary school and 100 in the secondary school. It is these schools which are earmarked for repurposing as part of this project. The report of the Ministerial Committee on Rural Education in 2005 already proposed that the Department of Education provides guidelines for the rationalization of small rural and farm schools, including closures, mergers, and the expropriations. The South African Schools Act, in section number 12A, provides for the merger, and section 33 for the closure. The fact of the matter is that the KZN provincial government is not arbitrarily shutting down schools, as it is alleged by some members, even in this August House. But the project is, firstly, dictated by the circumstances on the ground, but secondly, by a visionary approach to get our youth working and running their own businesses. Honorable members, as we table this report, we must caution against misinformation, political point scoring, grandstanding, and sheer misrepresentation of the facts. South Africa is a country with a painful past. Our special development is etched in colonial and apartheid setup that located Black people away from development. We all know that. In those areas, they have to have the PTOs, and that one could not guarantee them that they were permanent in those areas. We tabled this report against the backdrop of subdued economic growth, which is confirmed by Stats Up South Africa, and then the numbers we all know, how many people are unemployed in this province. The repurposing of schools and turning them into centers of excellence is one of such creative approaches by our government that will positively respond to the many challenges that we are facing. In the current economic climate of joblessness, the route to arrest the trajectory is to develop and nurture the young people so that they are able to succeed in their businesses. So, Honorable Speaker, let us get into the crux of the matter on this topic. During the 2023 State of the Province Address delivered on the 24th of February, the Premier announced that, I quote, with the Department of Higher Education, Science and Technology, the province aims to convert non-viable schools into learning and training centers or community colleges for artisanal and small business skills. Notable youth unemployment and skills mismatch exist side by side. That's what is the fact. Honorable Speaker, the decline in the enrollment in the schools is the one that is forcing the government to make sure that we deal with this matter. So, Honorable Speaker, allow me to further tabulate more contributing factors to the non-viable schools. And these factors are poor school management and maladministration, faction fights in some areas, poor academic performance in some schools, instability caused by infighting of promotional posts, migration of parents to better areas, urbanization in search of better economic conditions, communities fighting educators and chasing them away from their schools, lack of development in some of those areas. Having said so, it is important for us to understand that it is the vision of this government to make sure that these structures should be utilized for the benefit of our people. So I want to indicate as well that according to the Constitution of the Republic, the Department of Basic Education has a constitutional mandate to provide quality education to all learners. Such quality education must be delivered in accessible, well-resourced and safe institutions. So what we are going to indicate as well is that as the government, we have taken considered view that we needed not to leave these schools as white elephants. We are going to bring our young people so that they acquire skills in different fields so that they are able to sustain themselves. So we want to indicate as well that it is our own plan in the office of the Premier that we have categorized areas where we are going to bring these colleges and all the staff so that our own young people are skilled. That's what we want to know, because there is no longer time for ensuring that you go and look for the jobs, and we want the young people to create jobs for themselves. So it is also important to indicate, Honorable Speaker, that as we deal with this, we are going to be partnering with the private sector, the sectors, and everybody else. We don't think that we are not going to make it. When we conclude, Honorable Speaker, we want to indicate that we trust that this House is going to join the government in ensuring that they support this idea of handing over these unused schools to the Department of Higher Education so that our own people are developed skilled-wise. We thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing us to table this report on behalf of our Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi, for presenting the report on behalf of the Premier. The next honorable member to debate is Honorable SM Sunjika for 8 minutes of the African National Congress.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Greetings to our Honorable Premier, Nzwagele, Honorable members of the Executive Council, our Chief Whip, Mkhatshwa, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, esteemed guests, I greet you. As the African National Congress-led government in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we remain committed in advancing the interest of the people of this province, and particularly in addressing their socio-economic needs. Madam Chair, the month of June gives us a chance to honor, recall, and remember those young people who gave their lives in the battle for a free and democratic South Africa. In order to consolidate and enhance these gains, we must now work to deepen young people's involvement. We must make sure that young people are empowered to lead the process as we try to expedite the change. The idea that behaviors of today's young will determine our nation's destiny must be spread. The youth must continue to be interested and engage in political economy and cultural and social life of our country in general. One of our continent's most revered figures once stated, and I quote, "Education is not a way to escape poverty. It is the way of fighting it," end quote. This is a quote from Mlaulimu Julius Nyerere. We take into cognizance the fact that education remains a key pillar in changing the lives of our people in this province. And in preparing the prosperous future of our youth, equally it is vital that one commend the ANC-led government for the readiness it has shown in establishing a new layer and leading it through. This is precise reason why the firm role of the liberation movement is to ensure adequate and efficient investment in young people. The Premier stated in her 2023 State of the Province address with a call, started her address with a call for repurposing the non-viable schools, which was nearly hijacked by the political hyenas who want in the labor market, and that we recognize that we cannot do this alone, thus working with the private and public partners in realizing our goals of creating and retaining jobs. As we educate some of our colleagues from the opposition benches here today, who are guided by the timeless counsel from Amil Cabral, who once said, "Hide nothing from the masses of our people, tell no lies, expose lies wherever they are told, mask no difficulties, mistakes and failures, claim no easy victories." One of the reasons for the schools, one of the reasons we are not telling lies to our people, that we tell them where we have challenges. One of the reasons for the schools to become non-viable is the drastic drop of a learner enrollment. When a school have a low learner enrollment, such that quality of teaching and learning cannot be realized, the school has to be closed or merged with another. Honorable Premier, some members that are in our committee agree with us that in a school that has 27 children, the quality of education is compromised. I heard during the youth parliament, lies were told again that teachers lose their jobs when schools are merged or closed. It's a lie. We tell no lies. Teachers do not lose their jobs. The interest is that our learners, the quality of education is not compromised. That's why non-viable schools are merged or closed. According to Section 5 of a minimum uniform of norms and standards in public schools, the school with enrollment of less than 135 learners in primary school and less than 200 learners in secondary schools does not meet the minimum standards. Research has proven that quality teaching and learning is not possible when school enrollment drops below minimum threshold. Some of our farm schools are built in a private-owned land, and learners are reluctant to sign permission to occupy. Some landowners chase people away from their land, and this is one of the reasons for the movement of the learners. When landowners refuse to sign PTOs, it becomes difficult for government to build and renovate schools. As a result, parents take their children away from the farm schools to schools that are well taken care of by the ANC-led government. When schools are poorly managed, such that it cannot perform good academically, parents take their children away to a better performing schools. As a result, enrollment keeps dropping until it's below the threshold. It is then categorized as a non-viable school. instability caused by infighting in some of the areas, and infighting about promotional posts like educators and SGPs fighting for promotional scores, as we see in one particular school in Gwanongoma, where unfortunately a female principal, her house was burnt down, all because the people are fighting for a position of a principal. Therefore, when we engage about the plan of closure of small non-viable schools in the development centers, in development centers that would be used in the best interest of our people, we are responding to the ANC 55th National Conference in Nasrec resolution on the promotion of technical vocational education and training, and upscaling training and hard artisanal skills. We are suggesting, Honorable, and agree with you, Honorable Speaker, that these schools, when they are not used as schools anymore, communities must take them over, reskill our people, use them as training centers. So we agree with you, Honorable Prima. It's a very important task for our government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sonjeka. The next member to debate is Honorable T.P. Mthethwa for 5 minutes of Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I take pride in representing the IFP in this important debate regarding the shutting down of non-viable schools, a decision that will have a long-lasting impact on many of our children. Among other provisions of our Constitution, this debate revolves around two specific provisions. The first one is Section 28, which provides that in any matter concerning a child, the best interest of the child are of paramount importance. The second provision in Section 28, which deals with the right to free basic education. The Constitution further provides a state of duty on the government to achieve a progressive realization of all the rights contained in the Bill of Rights. With this in mind, I have a few issues that I need to address regarding the decision to shut down schools. I can't help but ask myself whether our children stand to gain or lose from this decision. Honorable members, at the outset of this issue, it remains a great concern that schools in rural areas are less developed than the schools in both urban and township areas. We cannot shy away from the fact that this inequality is one of the main reasons why there are lower enrollment rates in schools that are located in rural areas. I say this because in an attempt to ensure that children receive a better education, parents in rural areas often prefer to pay transport costs for their children to go to urban township schools. These parents are who can afford to pay transport costs. Those who cannot afford to pay transport are sometimes faced with the decision to send their children to live with their relatives that are closer to urban and township schools. Therefore, one can say that the main reason why there is a decline in number at rural schools is a result of the government's inability to resource these schools. To take the second quarter of 2022-2023 financially as an example, the KZN Department of Education set up a target of 300 public schools that were supposed to be provided with water infrastructure, but only 233 were given. The department also set up a target of 70 public schools that needed electricity infrastructure and only managed to achieve 23. On the sanitation facility, the target was 300, but the department achieved 251. I could go on and on to include the department's failure to complete maintenance projects in public schools. We're targeted at 500 public schools. However, the department only achieved 288. It is not then surprise to a vast majority of schools that do not receive infrastructure development in rural areas. With all due respect, honorable members, we are all as familiar with the mediocre tendency of the ruling party to set a big target and rosy promises that are often made with significant failures. As I have mentioned in public schools, given this bad record, we are skeptical to believe that many of these promises that are promised today are going to be made. And we find it troubling that in a society where the population is increasing in proportion with an employment rate as a result of school dropout, the KwaZulu-Natal government finds it convenient that it should be in the business of closing down schools instead of opening more. Honorable members, I'm not saying that this out of ignorance, because the IFP is aware that in rare and exceptional circumstances, Honorable Sonjita, schools, particularly small schools, may need to be closed. However, we believe that this must be done in conjunction with the principles of public interest, and it must be at least it must be the last resort, and all attempts to keep the school open have been exhausted. While the report does not mention some of the issues I have highlighted, it does not indicate whether the government had tried to resolve them before taking this decision to shut down school. Also, we are not convinced as the IFP that the repurposing of the non-viable school into centers of training for artisan and small business skills takes away existing problems. For example,
Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa. The next member to debate is Honorable Aikika for 5 minutes of the Democratic Alliance.
Hi. Okay. Greetings, Madam Chairperson. The idea of school closures and repurposing them is certainly not a new idea or some sort of revelation. The Premier and those from the ANC that will rise to the podium today are certainly not walking on water. Members will recall that when the concept was first implemented in the Western Cape, the ANC dragged the provincial government to court and lost. When the discussion arose in 2019, before the then Education MEC placed a moratorium on the school closures, the Honorable Sibia, who is not here, will also recall that on the record of the Portfolio Committee meeting then, the DA suggested that schools should be repurposed, and this proposal was even made public by us and printed, in fact. The Honorable Sonjika will do well to recall that Vavi called the ANC hyenas, the political elite, corrupt and demagogic hyenas that they are. In essence, we cannot exclude the need to close some schools. We always, however, aver that we need to revert to the position as stated by the MEC from the Western Cape, who said, no two schools are the same, and any proposal for closure should be based on the school's unique circumstances, and above all, must be focused on the best interests of the learners and the communities. What I'm saying, honorable members, is that for those of us that adhere to this principle, and if we keep it in the back of our mind, we will have agreement. It is for this reason, Madam Chairperson, that in the DA-led Western Cape, there is currently a moratorium on the closure of schools after the minister in that province confirmed that the National Department of Basic Education's framework around these closures is severely flawed. That is, the Department of Basic Education insists, without recognition of the circumstances of the schools, that they must close under all circumstances. Now, while the Dumam Tolo faction of the ANC, and note that I did not call them the Taliban faction, should be in the business of opening more schools, the plan to close 1,000 schools with nothing more than a plan about a plan just does not cut it. The big question is, where's the money? You see, Madam Chairperson, this statement is not made lightly. While the idea of the Office of the Premier being the coordinating department to bring all of this together cannot be ignored, what has been outlined today, such as the intended projects of transfer, the transfer of properties, the transport of learners, artisan development and IT, and the hot air about expanding the provision of the fourth IR and robotics, etc., these are nothing more than an illusion created by the Premier, who in this case and in this instance is the illusionist in chief, who wants to propagate this idea without telling us where the taxpayers' money is going to come from to make all of this possible. The question again is, where's the money for all of this? Nothing has been costed. Just like in her SOPA debate whence this matter was raised by her, it is all big talk. The reality is that schools will close, a project or two will barely take off in the interim, her term of office as the Premier will come to an end, and so will that of the ANC. And this presentation today will amount to naught without that funding. Now, I have no doubt that the Premier and the Education MEC, who is still to come to the podium, will come here bellowing full throttle and full of bluster, as we have already been accused that we don't know what we are talking about. Both must not forget where this journey started from in the first place. And I already mentioned to you that the journey started in the Western Cape some time ago, and it is a good example to keep an eye on. Making sure that there is sound leadership, proper infrastructure, and committed parental involvement is vital to ensuring that schools remain viable. It is precisely for these reasons that some of the schools that we have visited have become non-viable. To think that buildings will be passed over to the Department of Higher Education, for example, in the condition that they are in currently is absolutely shameful. The MEC is on record through parliamentary questions to have said that not a single cent is currently being spent on any of these small or non-viable schools. That is why they are in the condition that they are in and will be handed over to another department in the condition that they are, who don't have money themselves. So show us the money. Where's the money to achieve all of this? And that is the big question. Thank you, Arnetta.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. The next member to debate is Honorable Tinkosi for 6 minutes of Economic Freedom Fighters.
Madam Speaker and member of this House, while we are in the spirit of Youth Month, whereby we mark 47 years since the June 16 Soweto uprising, where thousands of young people engaged in a peaceful protest to demand the end of the anti-Black Bantu education, which saw Black children subjected into inferior education than their white counterparts. Allow me to begin this debate by quoting the father of the Black consciousness movement, Bantu Stephen Biko, when he said, I quote, "Black men, you are on your own," unquote. As an organization whose education policy is rooted in the principle of accessibility, quality, and inclusivity, it is indeed befitting to say, Black men, you are on your own, as we sit here to witness the future of thousands of rural children having already been decided upon without proper consultation, because they are descendants of dejected masses who have always been excluded from the national discourse because of their social status. While we note the provincial government's plan to convert non-viable schools without dwindling enrollment numbers into vocational skills centers in order to address the scarce skills shortage crisis and the high unemployment rate in the province, we cannot help except to say the ANC-led government should bury its head in shame as the plan to shut down those schools with low enrollment numbers was foretold a decade ago. But to date, nothing was done to make sure that these schools remain operational. Enrollment numbers have drastically declined over the years because our rural schools have been always been left at the bottom of the food chain with no proper resources, overcrowded classrooms, and difficulties in attracting and proper resources. The ruling party continues to be the enemy of the poor and low working classes, having even stripped rural teachers their right to earn an incentive for teaching in rural schools through the Teachers Rural Incentive Scheme, which was officially withdrawn last year. While the goal of converting these non-viable schools into community learning centers is to break the cycle of unemployment by encouraging entrepreneurship and producing more artisans, there is still no clear plan of action as to how this will happen. Section 33 of South African Schools Act clearly stipulates that this can only be done provided that in the interest of the learners to education is representation, and the representation from interest and affected parties are consulted. Thorough consultation of stakeholders has been done, and that safety of learners and educators is prioritized. However, in this report, we don't hear anything about stakeholders' engagement. Are there plans in place for safe and reliable transport amidst the scholar transport crisis in the province? As the EFF, the issue of shortage of sufficient scholar transport is a major concern because as we speak, we have learners from Baqulu Senior Secondary School, which is between Edumbe and Vryheid, who have been victims to mugging incident and rape incident due to scholar transport problems, as they have to walk over 15 kilometers to school. Will the merger of these schools not compromise the rights of learners to receive quality education from schools in close proximity to their homes? What is the proper plan for affected schools? How will this impact on already financially overburdened communities? In the event where no scholar transport is available, what will happen to people who were employed in these schools when they are shutting down? In these rural schools are able to shut down because of lack of proper maintenance and enough resources. How will the government make sure that 10 years from now they will still be operation? All these questions stand to be answered. The ANC-led government should stop gambling with our children's future by imposing decision without intensive consultation and engagement with relevant stakeholders. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. The next member to debate is Honorable C.M. Shinga for 2 minutes of the National Freedom Party.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, the NFP recommends that this project be reviewed and open a case study to fully understand the impact and consequences of closing schools in rural areas and moving learners to other schools, such as known challenges of combining schools is overcrowding and exposing learners to transportation issues, of which the Department of Education has failed to resolve even now. We cannot shy away from the fact that closing schools in rural areas will also delay infrastructure development in those communities with fewer population. Prior to closing a school, the department ought to ensure and evaluate that the physical infrastructure and environment of every school inspire learners to want to come to school and learn and teachers to teach. Schools that have fewer learners is because of the insufficiency of resources and chase away learners to better resourceful schools. The NFP recognizes that non-viable schools with lower with low learner enrollment hinder early childhood development. There needs to be a viable plan for those fewer learners to transfer to other schools as well as transportation, as you will find that the distance between available schools is even greater. The NFP notes with concerns that in some of these non-viable schools, important stakeholders in the education sector, such as SGBs and others, were not contacted when the decision was made to proceed with the plan to close the schools. Community members and other stakeholders were not consulted. The importance of public involvement must be emphasized. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very much, Honorable Shinga. The next member to debate is Honorable LXH Hlongwa Madlala for 8 minutes of the African National Congress.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Speaker and honorable members of the House. Ngiyabingelela ekuseni. I would like to honor the ANC for listing me as one of the people to contribute in such a pertinent debate that seeks to ferment the social contract which the ANC is pioneering towards addressing the triple challenges. We are humbled that the Premier, the deployee of the ANC, and her cabinet have chosen to fulfill the aspirations of the 2019 ANC manifesto by ensuring that non-viable schools are repurposed into centers of training for artisanal and small business skills. Into engijabulisa kakhulu ke sihlalo ubundunankulu wethu abuyele kulokho ayekushilo enkulumeni yakhe yesifundazwe ngenyanga kaFebruwari. Lokhu kuyisibonelo esihle sokwethembeka nokubahlonipha abantu abasethembe ngamandla. Lokhu kungumkhubo omuhle we-ANC ngoba phela yona, unlike all other political novices and charlatans were before us, we remain true to our assertion of better life for all. Asinamona, asinanzondo, sisebenzela abantu bakithi. Ngifisa ukuthi ku-Honorable Mthethwa ngoba siyahloniphana kakhulu naye nasekomitini siyayixoxa le ndaba, indaba endala le sihlalo iqhamuka emsukeni wakuthiwa transformation of the schooling system. So kuyayisiba nama-pillars nama-tenets to ensure that nothing goes to waste. Kwasekukhulunywa ke futhi ngokuthi at some point in time there will be the repurposing of schools because of the reasons mentioned by Honorable Sonjika, our chairperson. Into yokuthi ukuvalwa kwezikole, both Honorable Kika and Honorable Mthethwa are misplaced in their understanding. It is not because of the poor resourcing, but it's because of the plethora of other issues that have been named here. Also, the resourcing is part of it, but it is not the main issue. What I'm trying to say, Honorable Mthethwa in particular, ukuthi i-program ne-planning started a long time ago, as early as 2009, when Honorable Minister now of Water and Sanitation was the MEC of Education. This matter was mooted from this legislature, that because of the schools are getting smaller because of factional fights and other related member issues, it would not be nice just to keep small schools. So what I'm trying to say to you, Honorable Member, ukuthi, I will think it is unfair and disingenuous for most of us who've been here long enough to understand where we've come from. Ukuthi sizokusho ngale ndlela ngoba the badly ayishilo unzwakele kwi-report was that there is stubbornness in the youth unemployment. So noma ngaba uhlakaniphanga kangakanani, you can't close your eyes to that. Something must be done differently. So ke ngiyake nasekutheni i-ANC ke ekwenzeni ke lokhu, there are no provinces, no two provinces that are the same, Honorable Giga. iprovince yethu inombono wayo. And even though some of us may think that the plan is so inadequate, but there is a vision, there is a thought, and there is an intention. So this is what the Premier tabulated in the state of the province. So ngifisa ke ukucela umphakathi ukuthi, having said what you are saying this morning, sicela ukuthi maseke izikole sezi-repurposed, we all take care of those structures, because we all know that is the problem. Sike saba nankinga enkulu sihlalo yokulinyazwa kwezikole kulesi sifundazwe. Ngakho sicela ukuba izakhamizi zaKwaZulu-Natal ziqaphele lezi izikole ngoba izoletha ushintsho kubantu abasha. If I may just flash back a bit, for some of us who were in the study 2011-12, if I'm not mistaken, we went to Singapore and we were told about this. It is called gymnasium schools instead of what we are saying community education centers. And the model is there. I will just implore the Premier and the MEC to retrieve the record of the legislature or that study tour. At the time of our arrival, the minister at the time, what could have been Minister Naledi Pandor, who was also in Singapore. So she will have the model and the approach on what we call CCs, which is what is going to be driving the approach. So I'm trying to dispute the fact, the assertion that there is no plan. There is a plan. It may just be that during her state of the province, she did not narrate on it. But I do think that it will do a lot of us good just to have that plan table before us. I'm not going to stick to what I was asked to do by the ANC, but I just thought it is important that I highlight there that it was not done haphazardly. There's been a good study, and in her notes, she does go to town about the domestic profiles of the district to say, for instance, if you close a school in King Etwayo, if the school is going to be closed as per the district profile. Asikuzukuvalwa nje uzobheka i-district profile, i-district yethu iKing Etwayo yaziwa ukuthi it's mostly a commercial and industrial economic hub with coastal corridor, so in a harbor, no railway and whatever. So if you close a school, you are going to integrate it with that domestic output. So there is nothing that is done in haste. Everything is done to ensure that young people in the month of June, as Honorable Nkosi has mentioned, it's just a pity she didn't go through the report and analyze and understand exactly what is carried in the report. Probably because she's a new member, and I don't really think there is a problem with that, but we can just assist her. There is a plan in place to deal with youth unemployment, and one of the things is what the Premier said to all of us this morning. We want to change the trajectory of our young people. Bangantuli njengathi babe ngcono emva kwesikhathi. Somlomo ke ngiphetha ke ngokuthi ke egcineni ngiyafisa ukuthi ngisho ukuthi they are beneficiaries to this program, discourage youth, unemployed graduates, unskilled and semi-skilled citizens, school leavers, nabantu nje abangakaze bafunde. Baningi abantu abazobenefita la. Into ebalulekile ukuthi we all treasure what our government has come up with. Siyabonga kakhulu ke kunzwakele ngokuthi azise abantu abasha futhi ngifisa ukuthi baqinisekise ukuthi kule program we also infuse training on drug and alcohol abuse, because yimpi ke elandelayo leyo sihlalo kufanele sibhekane nayo. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Songwa Madlala. The next member to debate is Honorable S. Chakuri Rajbans for 2 minutes of the Minority Front.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, the Transformation of Schools report was first given in the 2004-2009 legislature period and was never implemented. only one school, Truro Primary, was stopped by the
Honorable Chakur Rashpans, we can't see you. Let the IT people help us so that we can see your face. Then you continue with your debate. We are holding on your minutes. Please, IT, assist so that we can see honorable member on the screen.
On the network, it is
Okay. Please, honorable members, accept our apologies. We are having a challenge in terms of our IT. Our network is low. That's why we are experiencing this blank screen. Honorable Chakuri Rashpans, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Okay. Honorable members, the Transformation of Schools report was first given in the 2004-2009 legislature period and was never implemented. Only one school, Truro Primary, was stopped by the Minority Fund's intervention from being sold to a private religious group and rather made an extension of Demarosa Special School to cater for the overflow of special needs learners. The 2023 report is welcomed as it focuses on rural and semi-rural schools, which is good for a few learning and training centers, which should be based on distances and catchment area, population, and these should be handed to higher learning. However, the idea of polytechs should be explored. Moreover, more thought is required with community participation in terms of repurposing other schools for completely different government or private entities, as KZN has to consider the effect on the provincial equitable share impacts. Sales of a few redundant schools to private sector will be required to kickstart economic growth points and give much needed employment. Furthermore, in the urban areas, more schools need to be included in phase 1. For example, in Chatsworth, there are closed schools. For example, Pinewood, which the department was supposed to turn into an autism school in 2014-2019 period, and nothing has come of this. Moreover, what happens to the movement of staff? Are trade unions on board? The time is right to have imbizos in all areas and rather get input from local communities throughout KZN to transform schools to what is required for purposes arising from the opportunities present.
Over.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I try to allow you to finish, but you continue and continue. Thank you very much, Honorable Chakur Rajpans. The next member to debate is Honorable M.E. Pakati for 2 minutes of the ATM.
Asibonge sihlalo. Sihlalo iqembu le-ATM liyaweseka lo mbono ngalokhu okuthathu okulandelayo. Sicela ukuthi lezi ikole ezizobe zivaliwe zibhidlizwe ukuze kungabi indawo yokuhlala kwabaphangi. Okwesibili, all necessary stakeholders must be consulted. And all the schools that are said to be converted, they must be converted in time. And all our teachers must be deployed to other schools, and the learners must be given transport to go to other schools. Honorable Chairperson, sesingakhuluma-ke nje ipolitiki ngoba ipolitiki iyathandeka. Ngicabanga ukuthi kulonyaka sike sahamba sayofinyelela kwizikole zonke lezi esikhuluma ngazo. Masifika kuzona kwakuwothisha uqobo laba besitshela ukuthi kuhle ukuthi zivalwe lezi ikole ngoba ngempela indlela yokusebenza ayiseyinhle. Singama-ke sime-ke sipolitike nje ngoba abanye bayakuthanda ukupolitika kodwa-ke sekuyinto esiyijwayele. Fika la umuntu akhuluma enye into lapha abuye azoqamba amanga lapha mase kumekula. Sithi thina siyi-ATM sicela ukuthi ukwenziwa kwalo msebenzi wenziwe ngendlela enhle neneqiniso. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Honorable Phakathi. We have received the apology of Honorable S. Imangele. The next member to debate for 3 minutes, it's Honorable Aikika of the Democratic Alliance.
Madam Chairperson and honorable members must remember that on a case-by-case basis, closures and repurposing is absolutely necessary. But it must be costed, it must be planned, and most importantly, there must be a communication with communities. Honorable members must remember this. Part of this plan is that learners will be transported. The learner transport budget is slashed almost in half, with an official responding to us during the Education Portfolio Committee and confirming most unambiguously that learner transport at the current rate will collapse as a service in the next 5 months without money. Schools have already been closed and are now denizens for drug lords in some cases, cozy places for crime, and have become stripped bare except for the walls that are standing. They've become unholy, ugly, and unhappy places that communities have to deal with. And how can we forget the ongoings of the National School Nutrition Program, a disaster of epic proportion for which the MEC, all she could say was that she's sorry. If anything, like the NSNP crisis, where there was no proper planning, evaluation, and oversight, and the rollout of the program as it is currently, this plan too is a costing disaster with the same challenges that falls into the same shelf space as that one. Connectivity in schools is just over 20%. Robotics is not practically taught in our schools. Learners are only told from textbooks what happened. There are no labs and there's no money for it. Contrary to the MEC's signature on parliamentary questions, not only are they non-viable schools, a circuit manager in the Harigwala district told us when we visited there that there is an entire circuit that has become non-viable. So again, whilst there is a need for this to happen, it needs to be properly costed. Honorable members, we must remember that the province has no money for the essential ingredients in education. And whilst the closure of the schools will save the department a few pennies and put those in the pot and cause the necessary things to happen, a one-size-fits-all pipe dream approach to pacify many is not the approach that we need. We need to learn from those who are already doing this in real time with a real budget and a proper process. The turban-wearing faction of the ANC has repeatedly shown its inability to do this. And the logical thing to do is to learn from those who have done it properly. Education, after all, is about learning new skills and knowledge and how to apply this beneficially. Nkosi Sikeleli, Africa. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kika. The next member to debate is Honorable T.P. Mtetwa for 5 minutes of Inkatha Freedom Party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Angifuni ukuphuma entweni engizoyisho. Ngiphendule abantu ngoba ngiphendula abahloli ngoba impendulo right lena ethi siyenzile lento kubantu. If not, ngiyasho futhi ngithi if abantu bengaconsultiwe akuzukuba into right. Angifuni ukugxila kuloko. We are not against the decision to ensure that our people receive artisan and business skills, but we do not think that this can only be achieved by simply shutting down schools. The IFP believe that the government's decision is rushed, in that a wide array of issues have not yet been addressed, including, amongst others, the psychological impact that vulnerable people will endure after being forced to shift from one environment to another. As an adult and a parent, I am quite aware that when children feel like they do not have enough information to make accurate predictions about what to expect, they might start to become anxious and fearful. Likewise, feeling like they cannot control their environment or circumstances can also lead to fear of change. This is a state of mind for many children who can be told that there is a likelihood that they may be completing their studies elsewhere in a different environment with different people. Cabanga ku grade R ingane isuswa ekseni iya kwamakhelwane. Kufanele yonke leyo nto yenzeke kube khona ukuhlala kwama-psychologist on one enza le ngane zi-understand ukuthi kwenzakalani. Moreover, I can say that the IFP is concerned about the issue of school that fall under Ingonyama Trust Land, which do not necessarily belong to the government alone. There is government, there is community, there is izinduna, there are parents. Those stakeholders need to be consulted and need to be involved. I want to say, bahlonishwa, kuyiqiniso ukuthi sizokhuluma ngale ikole. But kade zaqala ivalwe ikole. Isikole sangakithi imatshe emhlophe savalwa, ingane zethenjiswa i-transport, si-empty kuyihlalela noma ubani kusa asigadwe umuntu, i-department ayazi ukuthi kwenzakalani. And iy'ngane azinayo i-transport. Isikole esinye futhi esisanda kuvalwa ngakithi kwathiwa iy'ngane zizohamba akukho umgwaqo, akukho lena transport. Why must we then say yonke into izoba inhle nje kanti siyazi ukuthi akukuhle? Here I was speaking about member statement ngikhuluma ngelena transport usukumile umhlonishwa wathi understandani ukuthi imali ye-transport lena transport ayikho. Then where is this money going to come from? Izoba khona uma ngabe sesivala iy'kole kanti izolo kade sithi ayikho. Kahleni zikhona. I can call ayikho kwezivalwa izolo izovela kwezivalwa ezizovalwa kusasa akulona iqiniso. There is one thing engifisa ukuthi abantu base-South Africa bayazi noma abantu base-KZN ukuthi if ningaba-consultanga abahambe bayoniphendula ku-ballot box, baphathe ipeni banibuke bathi nangu owangivalela isikole ngiyamkhipha. Babheka umuntu ohamba nabo, babheka umuntu ome nabo, ocathula kahle nabo, then bese bethi kufanele ngimvotele lo. Kuyoba nini? Nethembise ningenzi. Abazi abantu oy'kole zabo zizovala ukuthi i-IFP ime ngakubo. Abazi abantwana abafundi ukuthi i-IFP ime ngakubo. Ngeke nithi because kwaba nama-faction fight nivala isikole. Even nivala namuhla bese nithi youth izotrainwa kanjani ngoba the same area is having still ama-faction fight. Kahleni. Hambani kahle. Siyenzeni kahle lento. Ngokuthi abantu sihambe nabo, amakhosi sihambe nawo, othisha sihambe nawo. Sesingayikhuluma-ke indaba yalezo y'kole esithi ziney'ngane ey'ntathu nezimbili, but not all. Sithi thina-ke njenge-IFP kini la endlini nasemphakathini ngaphandle iy'kole kuphela ezingase ukukhandeka ezingavalwa. Ngiyahamba-ke futhi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mthethwa. The next member to debate is Honorable MC Fraser, the MEC of Education, for 12 minutes. The MEC from the African National Congress.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Chair of Chairs. Ngibingelela amalunga onke ahloniphekile kule ndlu, ngibingelele bonke abanathi kulolu daba lwanamhlanje. Ngiyafisa ukuthi ngisho ukuthi kumhlonishwa oqeda kusuka la bayokhumbula nothisha ukuthi ezindaweni ezithize bayashawa, beshayelwa nje ukuthi bayimember zikaSATU. bahlukunyezelwe ukuthi abazwani nenhlangano ethize yenkatha bahlushwe. Sinesimo la somlomo sakwaNongoma la uthisha eshawe khona wazwashiselwa ngenxa nje yokuthi isono sakhe ukuthi ungisathu. Ngenxa yokuthi isono sakhe uthanda u-African National Congress. Ngiyafisa ukuthi othisha bakukhumbule lokho. Ngiyafisa ukuthi othisha bakwaZulu-Natal bakukhumbule futhi ukuthi lo hulumeni oholwa i-African National Congress uthi abantwana abangabi u-10 bese befundiswa othisha abathathu bangakwazi ukuthi sekuyiperiod yani manje ngoba kuyashintshiswana ispace asikho abantwana bekho uthisha emunye ufundisa izifundo ezu6 uzomfundisa kanjani lowo mntwana. Ngiyafisa futhi ukuthi bakhumbule sihamba siya ku2024 ukuthi uhulumeni weAfrican National Congress kuphela othi abantwana abafundele endaweni ekahle environment abakuyona ayibanike ilungelo lokuthintana nabanye abantwana bakhona angazitholi umntwana eyedwa esikoleni bese kuba khona abantu abazozobanga umsindo la endlini bathi asingazivali lezo izikole. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi bonke abantu akade bemela lawmakers, one of the responsibilities of us as legislators is to make law. If they feel that they are not happy with the law at hand, they must do the right thing and advocate for a policy change. Unfortunately, they are here lamenting, yet outside they are the ones who are telling us to close these schools. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngiyafisa ukusho kumhlonishwa umthethwa ukuthi cha iqiniso lithi as the African National Congress we have developed a number of schools in rural areas. Ngikhuluma ngezikole ezifana noMandla Mthetho siphakathi le eFar North. Ngikhuluma ngezikole ezifana noXolokolo mawushona eNzansi eSouth. Kumanje ekseni namhlanje sitshele abantu base KZN ukuthi sizosikhanda isikole esibizwa ngenkosi uMkhuphukeli. Ngakho ke akungabi bikho ozomala phambili azodukisa abantu akhulume ukuthi izikole zasemakhaya asizinakekeli akusilo iqiniso. Ngiyafisa futhi ukuthi ngisho ukuthi asizivali izikole. Badidekile kakhulu okungimangazayo ukuthi badideka amabela endlini uma sebephandle sebetshela ama-political parties ukuthi awasi-attack bahluleka ukukhuluma iqiniso. Ake ngibasizeke azikho izikole ezivalwayo into enzakalayo sihlanganisa izikole bese leso okubonakalayo ukuthi asisakwazi ukuthi sibe nabantwana kube isona ke esizosithatha sisibeke eceleni ukuze sisidlulisele ku-public works so that the communities can utilize those buildings. Inkinga esinayo sinama legislators angafuni ukuza nama initiatives. I don't understand a member of parliament coming here telling us about the buildings that are not utilized. Why are you not coming up with the initiatives that will assist your community and come to us as education so that we give you support? The Department of Higher Education is there waiting for us as legislators to come and say, we want to do A, B, C, D with this building. Please assist. Our NGOs are there. They want us to give them support so that they use those buildings. Niyeza kodwa nizomala nizotshela abantu base KZN ukuthi hey ikole ziyavala hey ikole inini. Hayi I guess the only challenge that we are lacking in terms of thinking about the initiatives that will assist our communities in KZN. And you want our children ukuthi be subjected to our environments which are not conducive for them. Your kids are not in schools as in a 50. Your kids are in schools where they participate in sports, they participate in debates, in everything. But you are here, standing here telling us, ukuthi abantwana sibayeke bewu4 esikoleni. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. We can never do that. And there is no one who can tell us about the consultation except for the African National Congress. Akekho noyedwa with other parties who can come here and tell us about the consultation, because all of you were given an opportunity prior 1994. And you did not do that. Why are you telling us now about consultations? We are not going to close schools. We are going to
the speaker on the podium
we are
to
going
finish up her debate, please. Let us
Thank
be
you,
in
Chair.
order.
Thank you, Chair. We are going to continue consulting the parents, because as the African National Congress, we know that we do have SGBs. We know that we do have amakos. We know that we do have counselors in communities, and we'll continue consulting them. Nithanda, ningathandi, sizokhuluma nabo, and we are going to change lives as the African National Congress. Ngiyamuzwa umhlonishwa ukhuluma ngo-grade R. Onjani lo grade R okufanele asuke ekhaya yohlala yedwa esikoleni? What environment is that? Sivumeleni silungise esathi sizokwenza, sine contract nabahlali bakwaZulu-Natal. So allow us to do it. Honorable Kika, I'm very happy that he acknowledges the fact that it's necessary what you are doing, but I'll advise him to go to Western Cape and advise his counterpart that side. The reason why Western Cape is not doing it, it's because it doesn't affect whites. It only affects our black kids. So, hamba ke mfowethu, engathi ngabe uyasheshisa uyakhona uyobatshela ukuthi abenze okufanele. We consult as the ANC. Ngiyafuna nje ukuthi ngidlule. Ayike Chairperson, we can never be deterred by the Johnny come late. We can never be deterred by the Johnny come late. I-EFF izothi ukuhlala nje phansi ithule ibuke nje how the game is played. We are tired of rhetoric. I wish I can tell the honorable member who was here ukuthi hayi uma ufuna ukwazi abantu abakwazi ukupolitika, come to the ANC. So you can't come here and bore us with the rhetoric. Siyasebenza la, we are governing. We are governing. Inkatha izothula ithi du ngoba asazi babangeni. Asibazi babangeni ne-EFF. Asbazi, I want to advise the honorable from EFF that yes, indeed, if you are talking about a decrease of enrollment in schools, it's a number of issues that are involved. It's a number of things that are involved. So I suggest that during your spare time, you go down to the communities so that you learn exactly what is it that is happening. Ukuma lapha mkwethu ukhulume kanti awazi lutho ngokuthi kwenzakalani kwi-community, kuyasdisturb. Stakeholder engagements, we do consult. That is why you've never heard of certain communities complaining. It's because we are there with communities. Ukhongolose ukhona yonke indawo, nithanda ningathandi. Sizoqhubeka sikhulume nabantu. Anithandi vele. Honorable Shinga, indeed, our learners needs a normal environment. That is exactly what we are trying to achieve as the ANC. Umhlonishwa uhlongwa ukusho konke, ukushilo nje konke, futhi ngendlela efanele efakazela okushiwo usihlalo wekomiti. You know, Chairperson of the committee, I'm surprised. All these people who were here, or rather all the members who were here, they are with us in the portfolio committee. And I attend the portfolio committees. They don't raise these issues. But now that they want to come here and grandstand, they are now saying, yes, exactly what you are doing, Honorable Kaula. It's what they've been doing here. Honorable Raj, indeed, what you have said is correct. Umhlonishwa uMaqingwane 2009 to 2014, he did his best, and I know it for a fact that in Escort there were learners ababehlala kwamanye amakhaya. Those learners were taken to one of the boarding school, beautiful boarding schools, Escort High. They went to Drakensview. Today, you will see that assisted them. They are somewhere there in offices doing great job, like abanye babo are educators. So we are very much happy with that. And I'm happy that you've reminded the colleagues here that this is not something new. Upagati, indeed, Pagati, we are ready with the Department of Higher Education and also the NGOs, as I've said earlier on. Skills. We consult parents, and of course, we are going to assist in terms of ensuring that we all do it the correct way. Ngiyafuna-ke sengizohlala phansi ukuthi ngisho ukuthi, as I'm standing here, we recommit as the Department of Education in KwaZulu-Natal that we will continue in ensuring that we provide quality education for our learners in KwaZulu-Natal. With all challenges that we have, we are appealing to your good selves, honorable members, to stop politicking about such sensitive issues. The minute you start doing that, some people do believe in you. So I can't not ask you to come to your good senses and know that as you are here, you are honorable members. So when you go back to communities there, please be honorable. Don't use things that are as sensitive like this one of schools to advance your narrow political interest of 2024. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi siwu-African National Congress sizoqhubeka sibalekelele ngendlela efanele abantwana bethu abaseyikoleni, siqinisekise ukuthi asikho isikole esizosivala abantwana basale bengekho esikoleni. La sizonyakazisa khona sizoqinisekisa ukuthi abazali bayazi, sikhulumile nabo, savumelana nabo, futhi siyazi ukuthi sibayisaphi. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Order, honorable members. Hey, don't shout, be honorable, please. We are now allowing Honorable Nkosi to respond to the debate, standing in for the Premier of our province. Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We really want to thank the Premier for tabling such a report in such a relevant month, because where we are today is because of the sacrifices of the youth of 1976. That's one point that wanted to, the timing is excellent. We want to tell those people who don't read that this thing of the merger or the closure of the non-viable schools dates back, as Honorable Fraser is saying. We were members of the Education Portfolio Committee when we drafted this policy. That's one thing that needs to be understood. In terms of the policy, no educator will lose the job. Educators are going to be transferred to where learners are. That propaganda nenikhulumayo ngapha ayingakinisize le. Around the question of the children who might be moved far away from where they live, the scholar transport shall be provided by the state. And that scholar transport itself came for the first time in the black communities in 1994. You know it. Nina ngeke nikhulume khawula naphatha for 36 years, you never build the schools. You cannot talk. You cannot talk. That's one thing what you earn for uhulumeni. Very educated. Understand bafethu ukuthi i-department i-control ama-SETA which are seated on billions and billions of rands. Lezo-ke mali lezama-SETA are the ones that are going to be utilized to revamp and change these schools into what the Premier is talking about. Manje nikhuluma ngento engingayi-understand inkinga yenu. Okunye-ke sifuna nje ukuthi sikubeke kahle lokho ngiyazwa i-DA ikhuluma corruption. You forget that when we came to power in 2009, we came with only 5 priorities. One of such priorities was to fight fraud and corruption. Yaqhamuka ne-ANC. Ukuba kwakukhona thina ayengeke kube khona nenkatha gate. Angithi niyayazi, niyayazi nenkatha gate yenu namabhunu enayenza lapha. Enye into funeka ni-understand le. The delay of the implementation, the delays in the implementation is caused by what Fraser indicated. Ibothi anizange nimlalele, inkinga yena nilalele bafethu. Uthi uFraser kufanele ukuthi
debate, which is the oversight visit by the Transport Portfolio Committee to Cabane River Bridge on the 2nd of February 2022, and the construction of road P749 from 26 to 43 kilometers as visited on the 22nd of February 2022 at Umzimkhulu local municipality. So the chairperson of the Transport Portfolio Committee will present the report, and the chairperson is Honorable Evie Dube for 10 minutes, the chairperson of Transport Portfolio Committee.
Kahle Ndlovu kayiphendulwa. Uyamsuka. Somlomo, siyabonga kakhulu as a Transport Portfolio Committee that did the oversight of Cabane River Bridge, Umzimkhulu, local municipality. It was held on the 22nd February 2022. And also there was an oversight visit on construction of road P749 from kilometer 26 to kilometer 43. Umzimkhulu municipality that was conducted on the same day. I'm basically giving the report that Cabane Bridge is located 20 kilometers from Umzimkhulu town on road P749. It falls under Umzimkhulu municipality within the Herikwala district. The section P749 where the bridge is being constructed is already upgraded to a surface road of single carriageway with a width of 8.5 kilometers. Currently, the motorists as well as pedestrians must divert to drive or walk on the old low-lying bridge structure. When there are heavy rains, it is impossible for the motorist and the pedestrians to cross over the old structure because it is submerged by the river stream. This affected the daily movement of public and economic activities that are affected as this is the connection point and it is not travelable. There is an urgent need for the construction of a bridge in this area. It was noted that there was nothing that was taking place on site when the visit was taking place in July 2022. Nevertheless, Honorable Somlomo, the project detail that was exposed to the committee, it indicated that the project entails the construction of new bridge along the old culvert bridge, which is in existence. The project is estimated to the cost of 36.3 million, excluding professional fees. The designer for the project have been approved by the KZN DOT as of 28 January 2022. Environmental impact assessment was done and water use license authorization was approved. The status of the procurement, the project will be constructed using an open tender. It is indicated the day and the time of the approvals and indicating also the date when the bridge was going to be built. It is going to come with a lot of employment opportunities. It was also reported that there were sections of the project that will be carried out using local constructors, namely traffic accommodation, clearing and grubbing, mass earthworks, pavement layers of gravel material, pitching stone and protection against erosion, gabion and road signs. The budget that has been allocated for the construction of Cabane Bridge is 20 million for the current financial year as it is in progress. The project budget for the is 19 million for 2023 financial year. Recommended that the department shall report to the portfolio committee and give clarity on the CIBPD provision since the contract was to be done by grade 9 only with no subcontractors for this project. The committee will conduct a follow-up road is 43 kilometers. That consists of gravel road, which serves the communities of KwaMaduna, Nazareta, Kuvintaba, Makengeni, and Germiston by providing access to the Pestro School, Josana Junior Secondary School, Nombeu Junior Secondary School, Josana Senior Secondary School, and other relative schools. This has been a multi-year project which commenced around 2009. The project entailed the upgrade of road P749 from gravel to blacktop. The Department of Transport committed to upgrade 43 kilometers of P749. And to date, 26 kilometers of blacktop has been constructed. The department is planning to proceed with the construction of 17 kilometers that is remaining. The project details of the upgrade from gravel to blacktop standard, as well as construction of 3 major structures. The total estimated cost of the project will be 734 million. The project will be constructed using 10 EPC contract. The project has no design finalized currently. Form of safety signs and speed humps to ensure safety of the road users. Members also expressed concern that it took 12 years to construct 26 kilometers. The recommendation of the committee was the committee resolved that the department must prepare a clear report that will provide details of the expenditure on the output from the inception of the project until the completion of 26 kilometers. The committee will conduct oversight visit to assess the project once it has been implemented. In conclusion, the project was yet to be commenced. This will provide the members of the committee as the oversight body to track the progress of the implementation of the project frequently. Hopefully, the quality of the second phase of the project will match one that was done on the first phase. This is the report of the committee, and I would like to table it in the House. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dube. The first member to debate, it's Honorable M.A. Tiliza for 9 minutes of the African National Congress. Honorable members, please pardon us for that irritating noise. It's because of the network. I know some of the members, when they are debating, that boo-boo is so disturbing. Please bear with us. It's because of the network.
Siyabonga Somlomo. Somlomo kuyitokozo nokho ukuma la idebate egameni likaKhongolose on oversight performed by the Portfolio Committee of Transport. This committee visited and monitored construction of D749 under Umzimkhulu area in February 2002. The main aim of this construction was to upgrade this road from gravel to blacktop. Somlomo, I just want to first appreciate this oversight performed by the portfolio in order to identify challenges and also observe progress. During this visit, the committee was impressed to see that the first 26 kilometers was constructed earlier, and it was in a very good condition. However, the delay construction was identified as one of the challenges. Somlomo kuyinto engeke iphikiswe umuntu la ukuthi ingqalasizinda eqinisweni kulesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal siqala nje ukuyibona endaweni zethu kakhulukazi thina abantu abamnyama sayibona ngesikhathi umhlonishwa uNdebele ewumphathiswa walomnyango kwaqala nje sabona ukuthi hawu kanti kuyenzeka endaweni zethu nathi emakhaya kufakwa itiye lento esasingayazi siyazi sonke ukuthi uManzankosi wayethunywe ukhongolose ngakho ke Somlomo siqhubeka kulezo inhlelo ke lapho sakha khona lo mgaqo OP749 ngenhloso yokulekelela umphakathi owakhela izindawo ezifana noMaduna, Nazareth, Gudlintaba nezinye nje ukuze bakwazi ukuhamba kalula uma beya emasontweni ezikoleni nakwezinye indawo ezakhelele izindawo ukuphuma nokungena kulezi indawo lezi. It was also identified that the first phase was in good condition with all safety measures like road safe signs and humps as required. It was also identified that the construction of the road took longer than anticipated. But the department explained, however, the department explained that they had the budget challenges since this was a multi-year project, and also the portfolio agreed that kilometers to be constructed be reduced to 17 instead of 28. The portfolio also emphasized the importance of completing the project in time. Somlomo, let me remind this House the good work done by the ANC-led government compared to previous governments. It is this government of the ANC that converted slabs into causeways and bridges where necessary. I can mention a few. I can mention areas like Anomoi, Ematungeni, la kwakhiwe khona ama-slabs, ANC yafaka ama-bridge, eGumatana, lapho sokwazi ukusuka eGumatana uwelele eHarding ngaphesheya koSantombe. Abantu bakhona baseva imali eningi ye-transport from 100 rand down to about 20 rand. Ngenxa yalo khongolose isemzumbe leyo ndawo eHarding. It is the same ANC government as Somlomo who upgraded gravel roads like P73 and P68 at Umzumbe, P57 eNgolweni from gravel to blacktop, Santombe off D121 in Harding, N3 upgrade between Pietermaritzburg and Durban, and many other infrastructure upgrades in areas of Zululand, King Tsotshayo, and other districts, just to mention a few. Ungabona ukuthi ukhongolose awukhethi ngenhlanhla no one from other political party or IFP especially, because they were in charge of cases. No one can dispute this because there's no other political party that was ever in charge of transport. From 1994, it was ANC on different MECs. Iqiniso nje Somlomo ukuthi imigaqo eyitiyela emphakathini yakithi emnyama siqabuke ngalo hulumeni kaKhongolose. Yiwo futhi owakha ngisho amabhloko okuwela ngeenyawo emfuleni emkhulu lapho bekumuka khona abantu uma ngabe linile izulu. Konke lokho esikushoyo Somlomo la kuyiqiniso elingephikiswe umuntu la ngaphakathi endlini. Siyavumelana sonke ngakho Somlomo. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable Khiliza. The next member to debate is Honorable S. Mutli for 10 minutes of the IFP.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, honorable members of the Executive. The IFP notes that the report delivered by the Honorable Chairperson on Cabane River Bridge and Road P749 in Umzimkhulu under Eri Gwala District. While this is commendable, the IFP as official opposition in KwaZulu-Natal believes that it would have been better if today, in this August House, we are debating the state of roads in KwaZulu-Natal as a whole and projects such as Go Durban in the eThekwini Metro, which has so far cost taxpayers over 3 billion but is not yet fully operational. This would be better than debating just two projects. While the IFP notes the progress made in building roads such as Road D1252 in Loskop P359, known as Marine Drive linking Potchefstroom, etc., and bridges in the province. It believes that more still needs to be done. Many people in rural areas in KwaZulu-Natal still have to use untarred roads. Some people in the rural areas have to walk long distances to access public transport. Many rural roads are still untarred and many others are in a state of disrepair. Full of potholes even after the Premier, Honorable Nomsa Ngube, during a State of the Province address, announced that the Department of Transport will set aside 2.5 billion to fix potholes through potholes patching and road rehabilitation program. But if you driving around KZN in roads such as the one from Dundee to Freyhead, it is a completely different story. One is tempted not even to call them potholes, but mineholes. We would appreciate it if the Honorable MEC for Transport can tell this House how much has been spent so far from the original budget of 2.5 billion to fix potholes that was announced by the Premier. Honorable Chairperson, it is of great concern that it took 12 years to construct 26 kilometers of main road P749, and the department blames budgetary constraints as the cause of the delays. Surprisingly, we don't hear anything about what the department has done to address budgetary constraints in this 12-year period. What is furthermore perplexing is the fact that there are some discrepancies on the number of kilometers that will be constructed. The report contradicts itself as it speaks about 26 kilometers at the same time. It speaks about 28 kilometers and 17 kilometers. As the IFP, we want to know how many kilometers will be constructed and how much is the total budget allocation to build road P749. As it was stated before, the total estimated cost of the project is 734.4 million. It has become clear, the IFP, that there is a lack of political will from the Honorable MEC to address the elephant in the room, which is a delay in finalizing road construction projects. Further, this August House deserves to know what progress has been made with regards to the following road projects implemented by the Department of Transport in Umzimkhulu local municipality under Arigwala district, which has been characterized by challenges and slow progress. This includes P73, P112, and P113, which have been in construction for some years but not completed. Construction of road P73 in Shlokozi area, which started in 2010, but only 7.7 kilometers has been constructed to date instead of 22.7 kilometers. Again, road P112, known as Noma Kele, which is 14 kilometers, was budgeted for 10.724 million, but now the budget has increased to 20.23 million. The project duration was 6 years. Nothing has been said about dilapidated bridges in Umzumbi that were affected by floods in 2008, which are Kokoloshi, Mashlabani, and Dadabeni. Nothing has been said about bad roads and bridges in Msinga, which are in Kuba Bridge in Ward 13, R33, Main Road Tugala Ferry, Town of Kwakopi, and D1274 road, which needs to be rehabilitated from gravel road to tar road. We have not heard anything about action that has been taken against incompetent contractors and how much has been recouped from them. The question that needs to be asked is how were these contractors awarded tenders to in the first place? This indicates that there is a collusion between corrupt officials and these contractors. Without any fear, the IFP is against the appointment of incompetent contractors as they delay projects. Sometimes the argument would be about the emerging contractors. We as the IFP are not against these emerging contractors being empowered, because by empowering our emerging contractors, we are ensuring that they
candidates of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Former President Mbeki had visited the impoverished community of Umzimkhulu in 2006. The community was already deprived of basic service delivery and begged the then assisted in KZN. Essential public institutions such as schools and hospitals in the area were in a total disrepair, and the residents had appealed to Mbeki to intervene by pumping more funds in a form of an infrastructure grant to the municipalities in the area. It seems the only pumping of funds occurred was in the pockets of ANC cadres. 17 years later, nothing has changed, confirming to everyone that the ANC is totally useless. The lack of basic service delivery continues to exist in this municipality under the ANC-led government. Chairperson, ensure that the department
Honorable G.F. Mjali.
Thank you.
In the absence of the Honorable J.F. Mjali, the next speaker from the ANC,
here,
Honorable
I'm here.
MPP Zungu, for 9 minutes.
Chairperson, I'm here.
Ngibonge
Chairperson,
Somlomo. Ngibingelela amalunga ahloniphekile nalaba abaqhume ey'nkundleni zokuxhumana. Honorable members, it is indeed through the courageous actions of Sietsi, Mashinini, Hector Peterson, Lasi Ndlovu, Khotso Sihlolo, and thousands of others who participated in the uprising of the 16th of June 1976 that we stand here in pursuit of building a non-racial, non-sexist and democratic and prosperous South Africa, as outlined by the Freedom Charter that was endorsed by the mass democratic movement under the stewardship of the African National Congress, and which represent the millions of South Africans. The focus on infrastructure development by this government of the people, as consistently outlined in both stages of the province addresses and the Department of Transport budget speech, is only crucial in addressing the apartheid's many years of concentration on the needs of white areas to the exclusion of townships and rural areas. In terms of infrastructure development, but it's also important for boosting our local economy and improving the lives of our citizens. Thus, honorable members, the upgrading of the main road, P749 and Cabane River Bridge, is as a result of this focus. Asilibeleke ukuthi kuhulumeni wakwaZulu kwakuthi makhunjwa kwakho ama-bridge kwakhiwe usaphethwe i-IFP bengakasho nathi uphethwe ubani. Kwawuvela ubona madombolo nje kuthiwa kwakhiwe i-bridge kodwa kubekwe idombolo nje emfuleni ungabe usaqonda ukuthi kwenzakalani. Ngikhumbula kahle lokho ngoba i-bridge lalwelela kumeya wethu waseMandeni sasesilibize ngedombolo. Masikhuluma-ke ngomlando wale project, ngicabanga ukuthi kucacile kwabaluleka laphana ekubeka usihlalo wekomiti ukuthi lapha eMzimkhulu and the Riverside, which transversal along U257 naku-21 of Umzimkhulu Municipality, under the Herigwala district, which is under the Zelotu Traditional Council led by Inkosi Msingaphansi, Kitikazi Traditional Council led by Inkosi Zulu, as well as Isilahla Traditional Council phansi kaNkosi uJozana. Lo mgwaqo-ke ubude bawu 43.36 kilometers and consists of gravel road, which serves as communities of KwaMaduna, Nago, Budlintaba, Nazareth, njengoba kade kuchazwa. Bese inika access to igole Petros, Jozana Junior Secondary, Onombewu Junior Secondary, Jozana Onombewu, yes. Nasemkhashana, kanjalo nomvoti clinic, nakwi-community hall yaseNombewu, nakuma-pension pay ponds esemkhashana, nakwaNondabula. In line with the ANC-led government's commitment to transforming KwaZulu-Natal, it's a bustling construction site in order to boost our economy. The work of the Department of Transport through this project is indeed commendable. Ngoba kusho ukuthi laba bantu abathola lezi zinto ezadinga ibala bazokwazi ukuthi bahlomule. This will realize the much needed support of extensive growth and development within the area, encouraged by further growth by providing better transport infrastructure. The project will also, for its complete duration, assist in alleviation of unemployment and poverty in surrounding areas by means of additional job creation. During the project construction, local labor has undergone the SETA accredited learnerships to ensure that there is development within the communities, to continue assisting local people even once a project has been completed. This has a direct impact on the strategic objectives of the National Democratic Revolution that include the need to deepen democracy, expand our people's well-being, and create a better life for all in an environment of growth. Honorable members, during that visit yaka February, kwacaca ukuthi ibihamba ngama-phase. Mhlawumbe ngizothanda nje ukubalula imali ebeyingena namakhilomitha benziwe. Ku-phase 1 beku 3.1 kilometer okhoste u-19 million. U-phase 2 obu-eda lapho ngo-5.5 kilometer, we used 15.28 million. A further 7 kilometers of P749 from Umzimkhulu towards the intersection P601 was upgraded from gravel to a blacktop also, including the construction of 5 pipe culverts at a cost of 1.63 million. Mvubukazi River Vehicle Bridge forms part of the link to this road. Was also constructed at the cost of 9 million. Lokhu kwenzeke ngo-2012 and now ngo-2013. Construction of the Fulamahle River was successfully completed also at an expense of 9 million ngo-2014 and 15 financial year. Ku-phase 3, beku-edwa ke lapho kulo 5.5 ngo-10 kilometer. Nakhona shawa yona leyo mpahla leyo. Senze itiyela endaweni ongakazi ucabanga ukuthi kwangaba netiyela. Kwasebenza imali engango 112.37 million ngo-2015 and 16 financial year. U-phase 4 ubufaka nawo u-10 kilometer completed ngo-December ka-2017. We want to emphasize the importance of this government-led recovery in terms of job creation and skills development earlier this year. We certainly applaud the Premier of KZN, kanjalo nomhlonishwa wethu waka-transport uHlomuka, for their commitment to accelerate the implementation of this project and service delivery to our people, as this was our major concern during the visit, that sekuthatha iminyaka eyaba 12 ukuqeda nje 26 kilometers. Asiziqhenyi ngalokho, siyazi kunenkinga eningana ezenzekile, kodwa that commitment shows ukuthi indeed we still take a rural development as very important as the ANC. The work done by the Department of Transport in Herigwala District Municipality proves that the government is serious about reconnecting with people through enhanced infrastructure and service delivery. Beyond this project, we have seen P318 Sunny Pass project, which entailed the upgrade of 33.1 kilometer and steep gravel road to a standard blacktop, and also construction of 5 bridges. Othumokubala kufika emalini eceshiwe uhafu we-billion. We have also seen P416 41.675. Ihamba ke ihlanganisa abantu abaningi, ama-police station lapha ko-Reflay ayahamba, ko-Clydesdale ayahamba, amanakhuzana. Imigwaqo yethu ihlanganisa bonke labo bantu. We as members of the portfolio also noted ukuthi umsebenzi mkhulu owenziwayo. We just want to say that these are just few of many projects akhona enziwa emkhandlweni waseHerigwala. Ngoba siubonile nano 601 P601, which entail 45.8 kilometers nawo azoba i-blacktop. Bese sisho ukuthi ngale nje kwani sithi u-ANC uyaqhuba, uqhubeka bohulumeni wabantu. Siyawufisela ukuthi uphile ingona phakade, phila phakade Khongolose. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Honorable MPP Zungu. Honorable members, we were supposed to get Honorable Mjali, but because of connectivity, we had to skip here. Right now, we give an opportunity, Honorable Mjali from EFF for 6 minutes for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ngibingelele indlu yonke. Sihlalo kuyintokozo ukuthola leli thuba egameni le-EFF ukuthi nathi sizwakalise umbono wethu kule nkulumo mpikiswano yanamuhla. Siyakwamukela ukwakhiwa komgwaqo uP749 kanye nebhuloho uCabane kule ndawo. Bese kuneminyaka leli ibhuloho limile lingakhiwa ngenxa yezimo zezimali. Kanti ngesikhathi lisamile bekwenzeka izingozi kulimala izimoto kufe nabantu kuleya ndawo. Sihlalo uphase 5 uCabane River Bridge. The project entails construction on new bridge along an old culvert bridge which is existent and is located plus or minus 20 kilometers from Umzimkhulu town on main road P749. The constructor is on site after it was introduced to the community on the 1st of June 2023 by Honorable MEC Hlomuga, and it was awarded at a value of 36 million excluding professional fees. The procedure to construct the bridge has been concluded and the constructor has been appointed. The handover has been done on the 3rd of March 2023, and the constructor is expected to submit all insurance program and other relevant documents prior to commencement with contract. The official order was issued Friday, the 12th May 2023, and the handover done on the 3rd of June 2023. This is the latest information from the Department of Transport. Sihlalo lombiko uyajabulisa impela kodwa sifisa kwazeke ukuthi siyiqembu le-EFF siyohlala siqaphe njengokhozi ukuqedwa kwalomsebenzi. Siyazi nokho ukuthi vele sekuzoba ukhetho futhi sekukhona ukutatazela nokuchamazela eqenjeni libusayo ngoba seliyazizwa izigu ze-EFF. Emva kwalo njengoba siya okhethweni ngo-2024, kepha-ke sikhuluma ngentuthuko. Akumele siyifake kwezombusazwe ngoba intuthuko ayinaqembu lezombusazwe, kepha intuthuko yawo wonke umuntu. Umphakathi kumele uhlomule kulo msebenzi. Siyazi nokuthi bawatholile namathuba emisebenzi evelile ngesikhathi kwakhiwa kule ndawo. Siyabonga kulokho. Abantu bazowela masinyana uma beya edolobheni ukuyozama amathuba okuziphilisa uma liqedwa leli bhuloho. Ngiyathemba lezi zithembiso esezenziwe zizofezeka. Sengivala nje-ke sihlalo. Ngithi lo mnyango awuqhubeke njalo nokusebenzela kulesi sifundazwe kulungiswe yonke imigwaqo oyinakele ngenxa yezimvula ezedlule. Hayi khona sesifile ngama-pothole kulelizwe. Ake nisilamulele. Sesiphelile ezimalini sithenga amathayi. Okumangazayo ukuthi kunogandaganda abamileyo ama-yellow plant esingazi ukuthi enzani. Sicela i-department ukuthi iwasebenzise. Ngiyabonga kakhulu sihlalo.
Front, Honorable Esther Rajpan.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, the Oversight report by the Chairperson of Transport presents a few challenges, Honourable Speaker. The purpose of the bridge is only for motor vehicles and pedestrians and no other use. Given flooding disasters that the structure will face from time to time, what safety features are planned for the riverbanks along the bridge? The pictures capture the current river bridge scenario, but the adopted and approved design is not included in this report and must be done to be supported, especially with the section on safety inclusions in the design. The finalized design should be re-presented in another comprehensive report. The timeframes for the contract versus the budget cycle doesn't match, 1 to 3 years respectively. Will this bridge, which started the planning in 2022, only be completed in 2025? Can we get a guarantee from this committee? Finally, the estimated budget of 36.3 million, excluding professional fees, for one bridge and 17 kilometers of road means that it could cost more at the end of 2025 if the conflict resolution is not watertight, given the delays experienced and cost implications. The question what really needs to be answered is, are we getting value for money? Notwithstanding that this Cabane River Bridge project is critical for the communities, their livelihoods and safety. Honourable members, this could pass for an interim report. However, a finalised report should be re-presented to this Honourable House once the grey areas are resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The AGM supports the report. And we want to say, Honorable Chairperson, remember, Honorable Dube, that we have been to Egypt, where we benchmarked and we received a report that 6,000 kilometers worth of road network was done in 3 months and finished. We want to say to the department, it is important that all the bridges or all the work that is done now must be finished in time. And kuyisikhalo esihlalo ukuthi semningi imigaqo yaKwaZulu-Natal engalungile. P749 is only 34 million. Kodwa imigaqo eminingi efuna ngabe sidebate ngayo la engasikona ngisho 34 million ekusefayela ikhandwe ayikhandiwe kuzoba manje. Siyafisa ukuthi ke le report siyisupport somlomo esihlalo ngokuthi sicela ukuthi i-department ilungise imigaqo ukuze umnotho wezwe la KwaZulu-Natal ukhule, i-department ayiphume iyolungisa imigaqo. Siyabonga.
Thanks so much, Honorable Phakathi. We're supposed to catch Honorable Mangaile, who's in sick leave, and we have an apology from the ACTP. Then the next speaker from the ANC is Honorable N. Dombela for 10 minutes.
Somlomo, ngithokoza ukuba ingxenye lenkulumo mpikiswano ngodaba lwaseCabane River yokwakhiwa kwesiwela mgwaqo nokwakhiwa kulungiswa umgwaqo P749 eMzimkhulu. Inhloso ndangi yokuhambela kwethu okokuqala kwakuqinisekisa ukuthi umnyango ngabe uyawenza ngempela nomsebenzi othi uyawenza. Siphinde sixhumane nezakhiwo zomphakathi ukuthola ukukhalaza noma ukuquliseka kwabo ngezinhlelo uhulumeni eza nazo. Isifundazwe sakithi kumele sivume ukuthi siphuma esikhathini esinzima kule minyaka emine edlulileyo. Kuvalwe izwe ngenxa yokubhubhane lomkhuhlane wokhuvethe, izitubedube zikaNtulikazi ezakhungatha isifundazwe zadala omkhulu umonakalo nakwingalazinda yesifundazwe. Kwazoba izikhukhula ezifike zenza omkhulu umonakalo lona zinezelela kuloko esengikubalulile ngaphambilini. Ngithi angizibalule lezi inselelo sihlalo ngoba zibe nomthelela omkhulu ekusebenzeni kukahulumeni eletha intuthuko ngomfutho kumagumbi amane kwelengabade. Ukugcina kwenza nokuthi abanye babasebenzi bagcine sebehlelwa umfutho nogqozi lokusebenza ngokulindelekile emsebenzini. Lokhu sikubone usihlalo namalungu ekomiti angangifakazela ngokuhambela kwekomiti okugcina sibheka imisebenzi yomnyango lapho abasebenzi bomnyango ababhekele ukwakhiwa nokulungiswa kwemigwaqo babalekela umhlangano wekomiti sihambele kuyobheka umsebenzi wabo. Sagcina sihamba nomphathi womnyango uHOD naye owagcina engenazo ezinye izimpendulo ngoba ochwepheshe bomnyango
bakhetha ukukhosha imfe kulowo mhlangano. Lokhu kuholela ekutheni imisebenzi yokulungiswa kwengqalazinda ingenziwa iqedwe ngesikhathi. Lezi inselelo ezinye ezibhekene nomnyango wezokuthutha kwesifundazwe ezigcine ziholele ekutheni sibuyisele izindodla zezimali kumgcini mafa kuzwelonke ngoba sehlulekile ukuzisebenzisa ngesikhathi esibekiwe. Iyona inselelo enkulu lena sihlale kuzomele sibhekane nayo njengekomiti lezokuthutha nathi sisonke nje la njengamalunga esishayamthetho ukuthi iminyango iyaqinisekisa ukusebenzisa isabelo mali njengoba isabelo ngonyaka wezimali. Ngale kokuba namabuzebuze ngokuhluleka ukusebenzisa lokho abakwabela. Enye inselelo esibhekene nayo eyokulungiswa komgwaqo ewubhuqu, the gravel roads. Umbuzo uthi sisebenzisa malini re-graveling these roads when you could have put tar for 2 or even 3 kilometers. Kuyithangami eziningi esihambile somhlalo ngaphambili. Abantu bakithi bakubeka kucace ukuthi ekuqaleni mhlawumbe kokuba isixazululo ukuthi imigwaqo lena asiri-gravel ngoba sithi ayilungisekile kakuhle. Kepha abakufisayo nabakubonayo nabakubona kungcono kade sihambele nje iPhalamende sithunywe usomlomo ey'nsukwini ey'mbili ey'dlulile. Umasipala besukuwe ukhombise ngokusobala ukuthi uhlelo lolu alulekeleli kangakanani nokuthi imali engakanani esiyimoshayo uma senza lo msebenzi. Good, if we can calculate how much you could have spent in a period of 10 to 20 years, it's almost equal to a number of a fully tarred road. So iyona inselelo enkulu ekumele siyiphonsele umnyango le manje ukuthi uma sisebenza siya phambili ake sishintsheni ukwenza. Let us no longer prioritize re-graveling the roads. Let us plan ukuthi noma ngabe sinemali encane kangakanani umgwaqo nomgwaqo even ikuthiwa i-kilometer or 2 kilometers suwufakile itiyela uyawenza umehluko kubantu bakithi. Lo mgwaqo uwufakile itiyela leyo sikhathi olufake ngaso itiyela liyahlala lidlule iminyaka emihlanu noma eyishumi depending ngequality yetiyela olufakile. Ngoba kuvele kwacaca ukuthi lokho esikwenzayo kokuthi hayi sifaka nje inhlabathi siri-gravel akubalekelele abantu bakithi ngoba isimo esikusona manje emhlabeni siyoguquka kwezulu. Lokho okusho ukuthi ngeke saqagula ukuthi imvula zifika nini noma zifika zibe yimvula engakanani. So uma soqhubeka nalo mqondo ukuthi hayi soqhubeka nokuthi hayi sizolungisa siri-gravel la konakele khona. Imvula manje unyaka nonyaka uma ifikile lidala umonakalo ongaphezulu kokuba ogcina uholela abantu ukuthi bagcine bengakwazi ukuphuma emzini yabo, bengakwazi ukusebenza, bangakwazi nokubhekelela idingo ngange impilo yabo. So ke njengekomiti siyasupporta lo mbiko but usupporta ngokuthi manje sithi kulonyaka wezimali siya okhethweni ake kushintshe ukwenza eminyangweni. Ake siqinisekise ukuthi ayizoba khona imali ebuyela emuva ngoba kuthiwa ayisebenzanga kulesikhathi esikusona ngoba kuwona wonke isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal kuzona zonke izifunda kuzona zonke omasipala abancane abakhulu ezabelweni ayikho indawo esifike khona sangayifica inselelo yokuthi imigwaqo kahulumeni ikakhulukazi yesifundazwe ineyinselelo. Imigwaqo kahulumeni yesifundazwe kakhulukazi inenselelo yokuthi proper maintenance has not been done timeously. So ke sicela ukuthi siqinisekise sihlalo ukuthi njengekomiti namalungu esishamthetho siqinisekiseni ukuthi kulonyaka wezimali yonke imali ekhona ayobhekelela lutho okungenani kwisifundazwe sakithi umgwaqo nomgwaqo kumasipala nomasipala okungenani okumele ulungisiwe siba neqhaza silibambele uhulumeni wesifundazwe ukufaka isandla uguqula impilo yabantu ibe ngcono ngoba ezayishika ayeke asho baba uManza Nkosi ngaphambilini ukuthi umgwaqo iwona ndlela ovula intuthuko kubantu bakithi. So uma lemgwaqo isalokhu eyikona namanje emva kweminyaka engama-30 sobe sigubha ngonyaka ozayo ngonyaka wenkululeko, siyohluleka kuphendula eminye imibuzo kubantu bakithi ngokuthi sithe siphethe kuhulumeni kwagcina kunemali engakanani esibuyiselayo, okuwesi kakhulu siya kunyaka wo-30 nonyaka lapho khona kumele sikhumbe khona sivote sivuselele futhi ivoti nemandate yohulumeni kaKhongolose KwaZulu-Natal. ANC siyawusapota lo mbiko hlalo. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntombela. Please, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, come and respond on the debate. Honorable Evie Dube for 5 minutes.
Somlomo siyabonga kakhulu kumbalwa nje umuntu angakusho emva kwelenkulumo enhle ekhulunywe umpangazitha. Siyabonga kakhulu baba Ntombela baphakathi, siyabonga futhi kuyezwakala imbono enibekayo kwabini okubekile. Uhlabangani ke ukhulume ngokuningi kodwa kwabonisa ukuthi hayi iANC yenza omkhulu umsebenzi kumqeqesha ngendlela akhuluma ngayo nendlela enokwakha. Sibonge kakhulu kumhlonishwa uChiliza i-introduction asinikeze yona ukuthi njengokhongolose susuka phi phela ekwakheni imigaqo. Akukuningi engakuphawula kakhulu entweni ezikhulunywa particular iDA makuzwa ngase kwakhiweni kwemigaqo. iDA ayiwazi imigaqo asemakhaya. Okubalekile nje kubona ufreeway nomgaqo oyobafaka endaweni la behlala khona. So ke akungimangazi ukuthi umuntu bezokhuluma ngomgaqo waseCabane angikholwa nokuthi bake bafika khona. Into nje ethinta abantu abamnyama nentuthuko yabantu abamnyama into eqhelelene kakhulu neDA. So ke akuhluphi kakhulu lokho abakushoyo ngoba nabantu baba rejecta kwasekuqaleni babona ukuthi cha angeke bakwazi ukusebenza nenhlangano efana neDA engakwazi ukunakekela abantu abamnyama. Okubalekile ukuthi njengo-ANC sinenhloso ngqangi ebalekile ukuguqula impilo zabantu. And siyazi ukuthi enye yezinto ezokwenza ukuthi umnotho wethu usimame ngendlela efanelekile ukuthi kwakhiwe imigaqo efanele. Ngiyazi bona bebazi imigaqo esuka emaplazini iya edolobheni la besuke betshale khona izitshalo. Kodwa okwethu njengokhongolose siyadlula lapho. Senze imigaqo ukuthi ibe i-activation ye-economy esifundazweni sakithi. Kubalulekile ukuthi umuntu akusho ukuthi noma indleko zokwakha imigaqo zinkulu kodwa enye yezinto eyinhloso ngqangi ikahlomuka is to make sure ukuthi they reduce road construction cost and then design better rural roads. Lapha eDududu in the beginning of this year 300 million was given to upgrade imigaqo kula area seDududu. Sijabule kakhulu masifika izolo ukubona ukuthi noma ngabe ikhukhula zathanda ukuhlehlisela emuva kodwa umsebenzi owenziwayo la kade sikhona ikakhulukazi utransport uyabonakala. Siyaqhuquzela ku-transport ukuthi angabi nemali ebuyele emuva kube kukhona abantu abakhalayo imigaqo ingekho esimweni esifanele. Kuzofanele ukuthi njengekomiti sikugcizelele kodwa ke njengokhongolose futhi sizokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi la emgaqweni kwaZulu-Natal liyakhala ifosholo. Kungijabulise kakhulu ukuthi ikomiti ohambeni lwethu oludlule sahamba saya kwaNongoma ku D1817 na ku D1819 okumgaqo lo owawuhlonzwe wongasekho ubaba uMgilija ukuthi asewubheka lo mgaqo ngoba uthandwa ukuba nengozi kakhulu kubantu ba le area sasiye kuyo kaNongoma. Kwasijabulisa kakhulu ukuthi emva kuba sobonile lo mgaqo nekomiti uHOD nethimba lakhe bathatha isinqumo sokuthi akuzophela inyanga bengazange kube khona abakwenzayo ngalowo mgaqo ngoba inhloso yethu enkulu ukuthuthukisa impilo zabantu futhi ukungena la ezinye inhlangano zingakaze ingene khona. Asikhethi nabala ngoba siyangena kaNongoma siyangena oLundi siyadlula njalo ngoba okubalekile kithi ukuthi senze umsebenzi okhokho bethu abasishela ukuthi siwenze ukwenza impilo zabantu zibe ngcono singukhongolose. Intuthuko ke kuyaziwa ukuthi ayikho enye inhlangano ekhuluma ngentuthuko ngaphandle kwe-African National Congress. Futhi kusacaca nje ukuthi kusazothatha isikhathi eside kakhulu ukuthi kube nenhlangano noma ngithi-ke kulamaqembu afufusayo kube nalabo abanombono ukuthi ngempela bafuna ukubenzelana abantu bakwaZulu-Natal bakuzwa ngasemgaqweni. Siyancoma-ke kakhulu kuleyo mgaqo okusetshenzwa kuyo. Siyakhuthaza kakhulu ukuthi imigaqo ayakhiwe KwaZulu-Natal. Siyakhuthaza kakhulu ukuthi njobe kasho ubaba uNtombela ukuthi mhlambe sekufanele sibheke nale ye-regraveling ukuthi singasebenzisa imali kangcono uma ngabe imigaqo yethu singayenza ibe yitiyela. Nokho-ke umsebenzi omkhulu esinikezeke isikhathi ukuthi njengokhongolose sizowenza ngoba intuthuko vele iyophuma kukhongolose. 2024 sisazoqhubeka nokusebenzela ukhongolose si-improve impilo zabantu, senze imigaqo yaKwaZulu-Natal ibe imigaqo ephephile nemigaqo engcono. Ngiyabonga somlomo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dube. We have come to an end of this debate on the report by the Department of Transport on their oversight to Umzimkhulu. Now we are moving on to the next debate, where we'll be debating the party motion, and the mover of the motion, it's Honorable Governor, of which she is allocated 10 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the ANC has tabled this motion out of great concern about what is happening around us. As the ANC, the African National Congress, we believe that we must protect our planet for future generations and must therefore act responsibly to safeguard it as far as possible. Whilst climate change refers to long-term natural shifts in temperatures and weather patterns, since the 1800s, human activities have been the main driver of climate change, mainly due to the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas. And the main greenhouse gases causing climate change include carbon dioxide and methane, which come from using fuel for driving cars or from coal for heating buildings, for example. Clearing land and cutting down forests can also release carbon dioxide, and agriculture, oil, and gas operations are the major sources of methane emissions. The energy, industry, transport, buildings, agriculture, and land use are among the main sectors causing greenhouse gases. The manufacturing industry is one of the largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions worldwide, producing emissions mostly from burning fossil fuels to produce energy to make things like cement, iron, steel, electronics, plastic, clothes, and other goods, whilst mining and other industrial processes also release gases, as does the construction industry. And machines used in the manufacturing process often run on coal, oil, or gas, with some materials like plastics being made from chemicals sourced from fossil fuels. Now, the cutting down of forests, deforestation, together with agriculture and other land use changes, is responsible for roughly a quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions. And cutting down forests to create pastures and farms cause emissions because trees, when they are cut, release the carbon that they have been storing. So each year, approximately 12 million hectares of forests are destroyed. And this then also destroys or limits nature's ability to keep emissions out of the forest. Food production is a major contributor to climate change, causing emissions of carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases, as I have said, through deforestation and clearing of land for agriculture and grazing. There's also digestion by cows and sheep, the production and use of fertilizers and manure for crops, and the use of energy to run farm equipment or fishing boats, all of which is usually done with fossil fuels. So this is also a major issue. And the powering of buildings, growing energy demand for heating and cooling with rising air conditioner ownership, as well as increased electricity consumption for lighting, has contributed to a rise in energy-related carbon dioxide emissions from buildings in recent years. But also, in terms of ourselves, our homes, our use of power, how we move around, what we eat, how much we throw away, all contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, as does the consumption of goods such as clothing, electronics, and plastics. And a large chunk of global greenhouse emission are linked to private households, where the wealthiest bear the greatest responsibility. In fact, the richest 1% of the global population combined account for more greenhouse gas emissions than the poorest 50%. So this has all contributed to warming the world faster than at any time in at least the last 2,000 years. So many people think climate change means warmer temperatures, but temperature rise is only the beginning of the story. The Earth is a system and everything is connected. So changes in one area can influence changes in all others. The consequences of climate change now include intense droughts, water scarcity, severe fires, rising sea levels, flooding, melting polar ice, catastrophic storms, and declining biodiversity. Climate change affects our health, our ability to grow food, housing, safety, and work. Some of us are already more vulnerable to climate impacts, like people living in small island nations and other developing countries. Conditions like sea level rise, saltwater intrusion have advanced to the point where whole communities have had to relocate, and protracted droughts are putting people at risk of famine. In the future, the number of climate refugees is expected to rise. So, Honorable Speaker, everyone has to take climate action, but the people and countries creating more of the problem have a greater responsibility to act first, and these include the 7 biggest emitters: China, the United States of America, India, the European Union, Indonesia, the Russian Federation, and Brazil, which account for about half of all global greenhouse gas emissions. So, Honorable Speaker, many climate change solutions can develop economic benefits whilst improving our lives and protecting the environment. The 3 broad categories of action are cutting emissions, adapting to climate impacts, and financing required adjustments. Honorable Speaker, in terms of this, climate change won't just impact on forests and coral reefs and even people in far-off countries. It affects all of us. From more extreme weather to increasing food prices, to recreation and decreased opportunities to appreciate the natural world, people everywhere are feeling its effects. So reducing our footprint is fundamentally necessary to create a world where people and nature thrive. Honorable Speaker, this is what the ANC is committed to, and this is why the ANC-led government has signed global frameworks and agreements to guide progress, such as the Sustainable Development Goals, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the Paris Agreement. In KwaZulu-Natal, we have sterling work being done by COCTA, because one of the important things to address issues and avert disasters is to have early warning systems for disasters. This can save lives and property and can deliver benefits of up to 10 times the initial cost. We find that COCTA in KwaZulu-Natal is doing a very good job, where warnings of adverse conditions are being communicated to people and people are being assisted when negatively impacted. So, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the African National Congress, we must say that when this motion has been introduced, it's not just because it's fashionable to talk about green issues. As the African National Congress, we are really serious about these issues being addressed and doing our bit to ensure that we create this awareness. As the legislature, Honorable Speaker, we would like the legislature to engage in awareness-raising programs, not just in June, which is Environment Month, but throughout the year. And whenever we do our outreach programs, part of what we should do is also educate our communities on what can be done to reduce the impacts that we have on the environment and to reduce the effects of climate change. Honorable Speaker, we are hoping that as the African National Congress, this House debates this matter seriously and agrees on a way forward where we can tackle climate change, global warming, and other issues, because it is our future and the future of our children that is at stake. We as the African National Congress are saying it's not just about now. It's about the future, and whatever we do has to be addressed in such a manner to ensure the future of the environment, for us in the KZN Legislature, the future of our province, for us in South Africa, the future of South Africa as a whole. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Development for 10 minutes, for 11 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, honorable Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, MECs, we appreciate the opportunity afforded to us by this House to debate on such an important topic. Honorable Speaker, young people have a pivotal role to play in climate change management in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The ANC-led government and the 6th administration have put measures in place to ensure the inclusion of youth in the climate change to harness their energy, ideas, and tackle one of the most pressing challenges of our time. Honorable Speaker, let me confirm that the KwaZulu-Natal youth is represented in South Africa Youth Climate Change Council, and Mr. Kulekani Magwaza is from KwaZulu-Natal representing us there. There is also an active student structure on climate change at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Youth is also represented through Ms. Sharma, a PhD candidate at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in the Provincial Climate Change Council. The Presidential Climate Commission also engaged youth in the development of the Just Transition Framework. The draft climate change strategy of KwaZulu-Natal entailed inputs from the young people, which was sourced through a youth-focused session. Through these various engagement platforms, the ANC-led government ensures that the youth is involved in shaping a climate change resilient society and future for all. This year, the South Africa Youth Climate Change Council intends to hold the Youth Climate Summit on the 11th and the 12th August 2023, which also covers International Youth Day in Durban. This platform will provide yet another platform for youth as our future leaders to engage on this important topic. Youth in Emajuba district, as an example, are involved in waste minimization through Bilenhle recycling, which aims at to divert waste from landfill, which is in turn deals with the issue of reduction of the methane gas produced from a landfill site in the long term. Many other young people are involved in waste, biodiversity management, climate smart agriculture, and other initiatives around the province of KwaZulu-Natal. On this month, which is the Youth Month, we would like to encourage young people to continue stepping up their efforts in managing climate change and to bring forward ideas which will help build a climate resilient KwaZulu-Natal for all. We are a caring government and we are leaving no one behind. In response to the need for accelerated action on climate change, the President of the Republic of South Africa and the leader of the governing party, the African National Congress, set up the Presidential Climate Commission, chaired by the President himself and the former Minister of Environmental Affairs and Tourism, Minister Vali Musa. Dr. Oliver is the lead climate change specialist and executive director of the commission. The commission developed and presented the Just Transition Framework, which was accepted by the President Cyril Ramaphosa on behalf of government with a clear proposals. The next step was to develop a just energy transition investment plan for South Africa. The President presented the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan to the PCC on Friday, the 4th of November 2023. He then requested the PCC to conduct stakeholder consultation on the plan and provide feedback on how the plan can be improved. The PCC conducted several rounds of stakeholder consultation on the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, including with youth, business leaders, civic society, local government, organized labor, and the faith community. The commission concluded its public and sectoral consultation around a Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, covering the necessary sectoral shift, fiscal realities and demands, technological innovations, employment opportunities, and climate finance, upholds the development and climate finance principles and obligations that are due to developing countries, and as conducting independent analysis into climate change impacts on jobs, economy, and policy. The ANC-led government continue to work hard in ensuring that the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan is implemented accordingly through the phasing of renewable energy into energy mix. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, in order to implement efficient and effective climate change, mitigating the adoption interventions, we need to support all stakeholders, and these include policymakers, business people, civic society, as well as us as ordinary South Africans doing their bit to reduce carbon footprint, and that will assist the country to move forward. Honorable Chairperson, I thank you.
Honorable Zuma. The next member to debate is Honorable S. Motley for 10 minutes of Inkatha Freedom Party.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, MECs present. The IFP believes that the protection of the environment should be a 365 days project and not only a project during World Environment Day. One day or 1 month is not sufficient to protect our fragile environment. The IFP's environment policy is clear as it says that appropriate and stringent legislative and regulatory environmental controls and safeguards must be instituted by Parliament, provincial and local governments to ensure progressive standards compliance and resource protection. A national framework is required to effect in practical terms the integration of development and conservation priorities and thus to ensure the preservation of biological diversity. We are in a crisis. Climate change is real. This is apparent, and we need to act decisively to mitigate the attendant ills of global warming and to further prevent destruction. Paris Agreement adopted at the Paris Climate Conference, COP21, in December 2015 sets out a global framework to avoid dangerous climate change by limiting global warming to well below 2 degrees C and pursuing efforts to limit it to 1.5 degrees C. The damage that was caused by the devastating 2022 floods, which wreaked havoc in KZN, must be a wake-up call to all of us to take proactive steps to mitigate the effects of climate change. If we do not act now, disasters such as the floods of April 2022 will continue to devastate KZN, making socio-economic progress even more difficult to achieve. The floods also affected landfill sites in areas such as Ilembe, Wugu, and eThekwini districts. In eThekwini municipality alone, it was estimated that the floods caused damages to depots and landfill sites to the cost of about 28 million. Sadly, if we still have municipalities such as the eThekwini municipality, which has failed to deal with the sewage crisis as it has been flowing into the sea, we will continue to have a non-friendly environment. This has been attested by the KZN Department of Economic Development that even before the April 2022 floods, it had on numerous occasions engaged with the eThekwini municipality in order for it to attend to its sewage water treatment infrastructure, but due to the laissez-faire attitude of the ANC mayor in eThekwini, it didn't listen. In addition, education is a critical agent in addressing the issue of climate change. We need to inculcate the culture of educating teachers and learners about climate change and steps to protect the environment. Education can encourage people to change their attitudes and behavior. It also helps them to make informed decisions. We also urge traditional leaders to play an active role in addressing climate change. By empowering traditional leaders in natural resources management, we are invigorating those traditional norms and values that have seen our forests and other natural resources being preserved in the past. The IFP is concerned about plastic pollution as it ends up in the ocean. Wildlife becomes ensnared in discarded plastic, and microplastics are eaten by ocean creatures. Further, another area of concern is illegal dumping. Illegal dumping is a huge societal ill that we need to be more responsible about. The role and participation of the public is important to the success of any endeavor, especially municipal solid waste management, and directly affects the environment, economy, and human health. Also, the issue of air pollution is another cause for concern. While we appreciate that the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development and Environmental Affairs is currently developing an air quality management plan, and it is anticipated that strategies will be developed to manage potential air pollution from the N2 development corridor, and the RBIDZ and district municipalities will be assisted to develop their own AQMPS. But we are concerned that there is no clear time frame on when these plans will be finalized. The IFP is concerned about illegal sand mining in most parts of the province, as this causes serious environmental damage and the growing risk of severe erosion to the coast. Again, we urge the MEC to ensure that local communities are benefiting from mines operating in the areas. This is a need to ensure that benefits derived from a mine are distributed equitably throughout the community, as a lack of distribution can be a risk for companies through upsprings and protests by local people demanding greater benefits. The IFP calls for more concerted efforts to eradicate rhino poaching. Demand for rhino horns for traditional medicine, status gifts, and jewelry continues to be high. The National Department of Environmental Affairs was authorized by Cabinet in July 2013 to explore the feasibility of South Africa tabling a proposal for the legislation of commercial international trade in rhino horn at the 17th Conference of Parties, COP17 of the Conservation and Environmental Trade and Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. in 2016. The late former Minister of Environmental Affairs, Edna Molewa, introduced a committee of inquiry tasked to investigating the feasibility of a trade in the rhino horn in 22nd January 2015, and announced 22 names of panel members on 10 February following the completion of pre-screening by the State Security Agency, SSA. Why has the government not implemented its decision based on robust and rigorous process that it initiated and paid for? Further, the rhino poaching data released in February this year by the National Forest Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment revealed there were almost no change in the poaching numbers, with around 448 rhinos slain in South Africa in 2022 for the horns to meet overwhelmingly high Asian demand for the commodity compared with 451 in 2021. Our suggestion on this issue of rhino poaching is to gather intelligence, firstly, so we can take decisions from an informed position. State security needs to gather intelligence on rhino poaching in South Africa, and such intelligence would enable us to nip this problem in the bud. We simply cannot allow our rhinos to be poached, as they are part of our heritage. The IFP calls for a nationwide investigation into possible collusion between wildlife rangers and poachers who are killing rhinos. We also urge courts to ensure that the punishment benefits the severity of the crime of perpetrators must not be allowed to walk away and continue destroying our heritage. Further, the widespread proliferation of traditional healers across South Africa and the use of wild animal species in traditional belief-based medicine practice raises serious concerns regarding its potential impact on wildlife. We urge the government to enforce laws against traditional healers who are destroying the environment and killing wildlife as part of the practice. The responsibility of safeguarding the environment must be shared among all of South Africa's citizens. Lastly, the IFP urges government to prioritize investments in early warning and early action systems, disaster risk reduction, climate change, resilience, and other related areas. Such efforts should be encouraged and sustained. KZN cannot stay on the sidelines as a bystander waiting for others to act. It must play a vital part. The time to act is now, not 2050. The province must prioritize the environment and save it from further destruction. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutli. The next member to debate is Honorable Eshu the Boer for 4 minutes of the Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let me confirm for the record that the Honourable Member is indeed not my wife, before she gets confused. Honourable Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, let me start off by saying that it indeed baffles me, and it baffles the official opposition, that being the Democratic Alliance, that we today debate exactly the same motion which we debated approximately a year ago. The environmental landscape has changed substantially in the past 12 months, and it strikes me that this ANC motion is a poor attempt at aligning the ruling party with apparent sympathy for the environment. It is a sham and it's grandstanding at its best. This House may be interested to note that the international journalists are now speaking of South Africa actually potentially reaching its 2030 carbon emission targets. For this, Honourable Speaker, we must thank the ANC. For it has been the ANC and the corrupt network of Eskom syndicates responsible for the rolling blackouts across South Africa, and therefore less industry and less business has been able to operate. And what that translates into is less business operating is less carbon emissions. So congratulations on getting that one done. Perhaps a better motion to debate would be the assertion that government is not only the province's biggest polluter, but is also complicit in not halting pollution. Although not a new issue, the rivers, lagoons, and oceans remain a cesspool of raw sewage. Front and center of this crisis are ANC-run municipalities, such as eThekwini and the mayor, who has been mentioned. But on top of that, we have Umzimkhulu, which remains under administration. It took more than a year for disaster funds to reach local government, and to this day, the same townships that the ANC laments and associates with are awash in effluent. To this day, main trunk line sewers continue to spew their noxious contents into rivers across the city of eThekwini, while pump stations continually break down and trickle into the sea, much like the ANC and its politics. Madam Speaker, yes, environmental education is important, but it is rather pointless furthering education when our institutions of recourse and enforcement are ineffective. Specialist prosecutors and courts are almost unheard of, and it would seem that the National Environmental Management Act is difficult to enforce and even difficult to enact in itself. Here, air pollution associated with coal dust, chemicals, and gas are of particular concern. Major health impacts, including chronic respiratory ailments and even deaths, have been consistently been reported in the Richards Bay area, yet no one is held to account. Thousands of coal trucks and their dust plague the N2 and the Richards Bay port on a daily basis, and yet the ANC would choose to rather debate a stale motion. Madam Speaker, there are now major air pollution issues that are affecting thousands upon thousands of residents. Citizens in Ilembe suffer noxious odors, burning eyes again and again, respiratory problems again and again. Upper highway residents face the same challenges on a daily basis. No one, Madam Speaker, from local government to national government can find the culprit, yet these problems persist. The same can be said for a particular refinery in Pietermaritzburg, just down the road, where court action and criminal charges have not helped the long-suffering citizens who are trapped in neighborhoods and where it has become hard to breathe on a daily basis. Education is almost always welcomed. Greater the pity that I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tibur. The next member to debate is Honorable Tinko C for 6 minutes of Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you very much, Chair. We must applaud the ANC for finally awakening from its 29 years slumber and for finally realizing that there is a crisis confronting our people due to climate change and the damage that has been done for the environment. As province most affected by extreme drought, floods, and natural disaster, it is noteworthy that there should be a conversation around environmental issues and environmental awareness. However, we must desist from a culture of just naming months after issues. The ANC is failing to confront and create actual system to deal with them. The ANC did the same with GBV and the month of November and December, dedicating 16 days of awareness without any real system to combat and thoroughly remove the cancer that is domestic abuse and rape culture from our communities. And what happens today? We end up spending on awareness campaigns. Yes, abuse stats and horrid crimes continue to skyrocket in our communities. We must remember that the signing of Kyoto Protocol, which was supposed to be an obligatory treaty and resolution forcing countries to regulate and limit greenhouse gas emission as well as reduce high pollution rates that comes with growing industrial and economic era, did not yield any impact for us. As of June 2002, we have not met our individual targets, particularly failing to regulate factories and private industries. Even as we speak, the climate change bill was introduced in Parliament in February 2022. The bill acknowledged the urgent threat that climate change presents and emphasized the need for an effective progress and incrementally respond to climate change. However, as long as this bill initiated by the ANC administration and ANC, that is lapdog of the elite and puppet of the private sector and its exploitative interest. We cannot be confident in its implementation and execution. Our efforts must be practically and be focused on coercing industrial companies and the economic industry to reduce and limit greenhouse gas emission and pollution. There must be penalties for non-compliance and there must be rewards for compliance. That is the only way to really address the environmental nightmare we find ourselves in. We cannot chase our problems away with just flyers and adverts. We must channel legislation and system to ensure a safe and pollution-free South Africa and province. This motion being brought forward proves just how unlawful the ANC is. The challenge is brought by climate change and disaster. Our immediate reality is that most municipalities are not climate responsive. We cannot sweep that away by just making June National Environmental Month. The flood experience in April 2022, whereby 400 people lost their lives and damage to key infrastructure occurred, are a serious reminder of the province's flood risk profile and vulnerability, as well as collective unreadiness to respond to disaster. Communities are regularly caught unprepared by floods, leading to significant losses in life and property, not forgetting the rise of landslides due to our geography and other features of our land formation. The floods revealed just how unprepared we are to respond to catastrophe, from damage to infrastructure right down to the destruction agricultural land and produce. The province should be discussing the need to improve its responses to such extreme events because such events are an environmental reality. In the long-term vulnerable community, we must assist with safe land to live on and provided proper housing to resist the impact of extreme weather events. Government must create state capacity and become a large partner capable of supporting farmers during drought, floods, and disaster. We therefore reject the motion by the ANC. We therefore reject the motion tabled by the ANC and call for a real system that will regulate greenhouse gas emission and limit pollution, as well as deal with climate change challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Kosi, the next member to debate is Honorable S.W. Mshengu. It's Honorable C.M. Shinga for 2 minutes of the NFP. Apologies, Shingaricious.
Hayi ngingaba umshengu. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, climate change represents a significant threat to the lives of the ecosystems, wildlife, and the people. To handle the situation effectively, we must cut carbon emissions as soon as possible and prepare for the repercussions of global warming, which we are currently seeing. As we had experienced and witnessed the past deadly floods in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which has been blamed on climate change, the subject that we as South Africans have not carefully considered. Environment protection is not only to be considered by government or commercial sector, but we all as a country must put effort towards environmental preservation. Unfortunately, littering and illegal dumping have practically spread like an ugly plague. People and companies still use plastic bags carelessly in spite of laws prohibiting them and fees on them. They adorn our homes where livestock graze on, and some of them end up polluting our waters. Honorable Speaker, other countries have done a remarkable job at sustaining the fight towards climate change and global warming. They have done this by switching to green power. We need to place a higher priority on more aggressive solutions to the epidemic of plastic items. There is a plethora of more approaches to combat climate catastrophe. All that is required is increased research, funding, and advocacy for policy changes that will assist to address the problem. As a result of the previous sudden experience in flooding in KwaZulu-Natal, the NFP recommends environmental and climate change summit with all stakeholders and professionals specializing in the field. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shinga. The next member is Honorable S.W. Mshengu for 8 minutes of the African National Congress.
Hey, Matot. Okay, I think right now. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. A very good afternoon to you. Tibur, I'm not going to say anything to you because you haven't said anything. You haven't said anything. I think Honorable Cabane is going to respond to you. I really want to reserve my comments. I have so much to say about what you have just said here, but I think it's better not be said by myself. Honorable Chair, this morning, during the member statements, a lot was said about the state of our education and our schools. I got to be emotionally disturbed a little bit because last Sunday we went to bury my friend's son who committed suicide due to the situation that had prevailed in his school, where he was accused of having stolen a cell phone. As parents, as leaders of our society, we have a responsibility to take charge and speak truth to our children, because the situation out there in our schools is not well. We must work on the consciousness of our children to value human life. Chairperson, 2022 saw a succession of crises of greatest proportions in our country, but with severe impact in our province. COVID-19, as was slowly dissipating, our challenges were compounded by floods that left untold pain and misery, as well as damages to human life and large-scale damage to properties and infrastructure, which is a lifeblood of our economy and our livelihoods. Once more, Honorable Chair and members, allow me to express our heartfelt condolences to all those who lost their loved ones, and equally extend our deepest sympathies to all those who, unfortunately, till this day, are yet to know as to what happened to their family members and relatives during the floods in April last year. Equally, year 2022 was recorded as the hottest year in recent history of global weather patterns. Indeed, climate change has emerged as the single most dangerous threat capable of destroying our world if we don't respond to the demand of a new world order that is free of global warming. Honorable Speaker, or rather Honorable Chair, the Global Commission on Science Mission for Sustainability under the umbrella body of the International Science Council issued an emergency warning on sustainability in action and the urgent need to mobilize support for the mission in minimizing the impact of severe weather patterns, especially to the developing nations with limited capacity to respond to disasters like floods, excessive heats, and uncontrollable wildfires. Africa, much like the rest of the world, has not been spared of the severe impacts of climate change. In fact, Chairperson, it is projected that climate changes for Africa suggest a future of increasingly scarce water, collapsing agricultural production, desertification and damaged coastal infrastructure. The irony is that while African nations will suffer the most in terms of impacts, the continent is amongst the lightest polluters. Chairperson, the climate crisis has had an impact on the environmental and social determinants across Africa. For an example, it is documented that droughts in sub-Saharan Africa have tripled between the year 1970 and 79 and 2010 to 2019. Not so long ago, in 2018, devastating cyclones impacted over 2 million people in Malawi, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and to some extent in South Africa. In West and Central Africa, severe flooding resulted in mortality and forced migration from loss of shelter, cultivated land, and livestock. These are just some intimate examples that we can have, or that we have seen or heard of. But there is so much more of these impacts that we will never get to see or hear about. Honorable members, deforestation by the landless through building of informal shelters, especially in environmentally sensitive areas, illegals and mining, thus changing and expanding the natural root cause of rivers, is some of the challenges that our regulations must focus on as we build resistance plans to violent nature of climate change. Here at home, we can attest that climate change remains an issue of socio-economic and environmental concern. Our National Development Plan recognizes this challenge. Hence, efforts must be pursued to dwarf any potential impacts, strategies that seek to build and enhance resilience and adaptation by our environment. Economic and social systems should be developed. We don't want to be reminded of the extent of the disaster of Durban in year 2022. Honorable Chair, lokuguquka kwesimo sezulu senza indlala nenhlupheko ikakhulukazi kubantu abasweleyo kukhwele phezu kokunye. We acknowledge the good work being done by various departments, especially Economic Development Department, Agriculture, Social Development, etc., in ensuring food security during the difficult times of dry seasons. We wish to call upon all municipalities to ensure regular cleaning of drains and maintenance of other critical infrastructure in order to minimize the damage during excessive rains. Building inspectors must ensure that even rural homes are inspected to ensure structural integrity. We must recognize the sterling work being done by our scientists, especially in the institutions of higher learning in our province, as they continue to provide high-value diplomatic advice to our government at all levels on how best can the nation respond to global threat of climate change. We wish to call upon this institution to consider having an outreach, especially to the vulnerable areas, to undertake awareness about the climate change. It is encouraging that Durban has made strides in developing its climate change strategy. We urge the province to expedite its process to have the climate change strategy, as it is currently in a drought stage, in order to take a meaningful leadership role that encompasses all our district plans. Government and other role players need to focus on adaptation capacity, which should, among other things, deal with the nature of infrastructure in place, the impact of response interventions by National Disaster Management Center and the COCTA can never be overemphasized. By his own admission, President Ramaphosa considered that South Africa needs to invest more resources on climate adaptation in the face of climate change. The future of human race is in our hands. Let's save the world. Let's save our environment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mshengu. The next member to debate is Honorable M.E. Phakathi for 2 minutes of the ATM.
Sibonge sihlalo. Sihlalo uguquko wesimo sezulu KwaZulu-Natal lidlule nabantu abaningi. Not once, not twice. Kodwa ikhathi liphindelelana abantu bakithi behamba emhlabeni ngenxa yesimo sozulu. Kubalekile ke ukuthi ke sonke sibe ingcenye yokuthi senze abantu bakithi bazi ukuthi sinalenkinga umhlaba wonke. Kodwa umasipala baqinisa ama-bylaws ukuze abantu bakithi nabo bazi ukuthi ukungcoliswa kwamadolobha kwenza ukuthi kuguquke izulu. Asibonge ke somlomo ukuthi lendlu ibone ukuthi kufanele ukuthi sikhulume ngalokho ukuze sonke sizohamba singene kuqala emakhaya ethu sifundise ngokushintsha kwezulu. Iyayisupporta kakhulu le motion ngelithi asibambaneni ngoba lokhu kuzoqeda umhlaba wethu, kuzoqeda abantu bakithi. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Phakathi. Honorable members, because we are having the speakers list, we have just received an apology from Honorable S. Shakuri Rajbans. Hence, I skipped her name when I was calling the next speaker to debate. So the next speaker, who is Honorable Mangele, also apologized. So the next speaker will be Honorable H.U. Depur for 4 minutes of the DA.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I agree with many sentiments that have been expressed by the Honorable Mshengu, the Chairman of the Conservation and Environmental Affairs Committee. I think we share the same vision as different parties within the chamber. We all want an environment that is conducive to everybody expressing their economic ambitions, and at the same time preserving the environment for future generations. However, in doing oversight across this province, it's quite clear, and it should be quite clear to the honourable members where the problems are. Because as you drive down from an area like Newcastle, for example, one can quickly start smelling where the problems are. You can drive into eThekwini past Pinetown and you can smell the pollution. You can drive into the port areas and you can smell the gas. And these are the issues that are they're so obvious, and they are being highlighted on a constant basis. And we come here and we debate them year after year, yet nothing changes. And that is the frustration of politics, and is the frustration that the citizens of this province face on a daily basis. On Oversight yesterday, we did see the inclusion of the youth in conservation, because we saw young ladies walking with firewood on their head to go and cook their evening meal. After almost 30 years of democracy, is this the kind of climate change and sustainable use policies that we are led to believe should be acceptable? It's not. The Just Energy Transition Plan is just that. It is a plan, and it will not come to fruition, certainly I don't think in my lifetime. You have a minister, unfortunately, who is pro-coal and pro-gas, and he has made that abundantly clear. And until we start investing as a country heavily into renewable energy and into clean energy, the current climate change figures are not going to make any difference, and we all still will be in the dark. There is the uncontrolled burning. There are so many issues to climate change in KwaZulu-Natal, but a few need to be mentioned. The uncontrolled burning of fields and of grass. We have the sewage issues, which we have discussed, which are not only a water pollution issue, but might also become a very serious health issue soon. We have a haze of pollution within the winter months. So when you drive into Pietermaritzburg, as the honourable members would, you would have seen the haze of pollution due to the temperature inversion that just hangs over our cities. I don't understand how that is just allowed to continue. Honourable members go on international trips to do benchmarking and to study international best practice. In those countries there, in some of these countries, you throw a piece of paper on the ground and you get fined. In South Africa, it's a free-for-all. People are allowed to get away with anything, and this includes both rural and urban environments. In rural environments, people strip the landscape, cause erosion, cause deforestation because they don't have access to electricity and to other resources that they require. Thanks to the ANC government, you need to take blame where the blame is due. And in urban environments, we have town planners and other government officials who allow unsustainable developments within areas that simply don't make sense, on hills, on slopes. And when the rains come, the soil and everything goes away, and we have the erosion and the destruction that we have seen in the floods. So all in all, it's no good story to tell when it comes to pollution within KZN. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dipur. The next member to debate is Honorable N.N. Sibidla for 9 minutes of the African National Congress.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Madam Chairperson, honorable members, Premier, MECs present, I greet you all. Honorable Chairperson, I think it's high time that this House takes a resolution on this issue. Every time when we debate motions, people are allowed to move away from what is proposed by the motion. The motion we are dealing with today is calling on all of us to deepen the awareness programs on environment in KwaZulu-Natal. But members decided to come up here and lament and complain about everything else, but not what the motion is asking us to do. And it's frustrating for some of us because we silahlekelwa ukuthi kanye kanye siphi sikhuluma ngani. As Honorable Chairperson, 40 years ago, when students in Soweto started protesting for better education on 16 June 1976, the typical fascist tyranny in our country did not bother to listen to the grievances of these students and the people at large. Instead, they unleashed brutality with tear gas, bombs, and gun bullets being the only redress they could provide. These noble students were protesting the enacted Bantu Education Act, which led to the establishment of the Black Education and Training Department within the Department of Native Affairs. The author of this legislation was none other than the racist Verwoerd, the then Minister of Native Affairs, who defined the intention of the legislation as one that seeks to educate native blacks that equality with European whites is a phantom dream that can never be realized. Honorable Chairperson, this is so painful that this attitude still exists in some corners, including kwabanye ontabayikhonjwa kuyo le ndlu yakho. This, Honorable Chairperson, is a demon that we must never tire to confront whenever it raises its ugly head. In paying tribute to the martyrs of 1976, we must indeed focus on the central strategic task of the achievement of the goals of national democratic revolution, goals that President Mandela attributed as fundamental in the attainment of youth empowerment and development. Honorable Speaker, again in this year, we commemorate 50 years of United Nations World Environment Day, which is commemorated annually on the 5th of June. The World Environment Day 2023 is commemorated under the theme, Beat Plastic Pollution, close quote, with a strong focus on eliminating all forms of waste, pollution, particularly plastic. Plastic pollution is now a global problem, as you are all aware, honorable members. South Africa alone produces over 2.5 million tons annually, and most of this waste is not properly disposed of and ends up in the environment and causing huge damage to our unique and rich heritage. Honorable Speaker, the UN Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services warned us that more than 1 million plant and animal species are facing extinction, some within decades. We therefore have a responsibility as honorable members and individual members of society to prevent, halt, and reverse the degradation of our ecosystem. Madam Chairperson, today we are called upon by the initiator of the motion to put more effort in deepening environmental awareness for sustainable future, not what other members have done here today, complaining and not focusing on the motion. Honorable Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we fully agree with the analysis of Honorable Govender on the impact of climate change in South Africa. Indeed, climate change affects all living things and at an accelerated pace. Agricultural sector is the most climate change sensitive sector in the world. Climate change is expected to make agricultural development in Africa in particular more challenging. Weather patterns are becoming less favorable in many instances, increasing the volatility of crop and livestock yields. Food and Agricultural Organization estimates that to feed a world population in 2050, global food production will need to be increased by 70%. Somlomo, uma singenawo amaqhinga amasha, kungenzeka sibe nenkinga yokungakwazi ukukhiqiza ukudla okwanele okuzokwanela wonke umuntu kwaye okungembi eqolo okunomsoco odingwa ngumzimba ukusukela ebuntwaneni ukuya ebudaleni. Le nkinga yokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu yona ayintsha Somlomo kangako kuthina. Kudala yabakhona futhi isazohlala ibakhona. Inkinga kulokhu eyenza ukuthi sibabaze kangaka ngamazinga okushisa anyuka ngesivinini esingajwayelekile, ikakhulukazi mawubheka eminyakeni engamashumi esisuka kuyona. Sibone isimo lapho ukushisa komhlaba uhamba ngamalangabi aphezulu kakhulu. Ingakho ke kudingeka amasu amasha ukumelana nalesimo, ikakhulukazi kwezolimo. South Africa is ranked as the 31st driest country in the world. This means that we do not have enough water for agricultural purposes. We must not be fooled, honorable members, to thinking that we have water in abundance because of the beautiful green landscapes across the country. We only get enough rain to grow the wheat, and of course not the holy one, honorable Chairperson. Honorable members, ngenxa yalesimo esibhekene naso, ezolimo zisengcupheni yokulahlekelwa ngumhlaba onothile. Kushintshe ngisho izikhathi zokutshala kanye nohlobo lwemfuyo engamelana nalolu shintsho. Inkinga enkulu ukuthi lokhu kuzohlukumeza kakhulu abafuyi abasaphuphusa nto leyo eyobeka engcupheni impilo yalabo abadla imbuya ngothi. Sihlalo ukhongolose ufuna ukuphakamisa noma ukusekela izinqumo ezibekiweyo ngongcwethi ukuthi singalwisana kanjani nalesimo esibhekene naso. Siphakamisa ukuthi umnyango wezolimo kwisifundazwe sakithi uqhubeke nohlelo lokusabalalisa ulwazi ngwe-smart agriculture usebenzisa ubuchwepheshe banamhla, njengokuthi kufanele siqaphele ukunakekelwa nokuhlelwa kahle kwamadlelo nokuthuthukiswa kokudla kwemfuyo kanye nenani lezinkomo umuntu nomuntu ekufanele abe nazo. Honorable Thuwezi, ngiyazi le sizoyibanga. Indlela yokulima eyonga imvelo njengokwehlisa ukusetshenziswa komanyolo njengoba kwenzeka kobhazabhaza bama-class commercial farms. Sihlalo umnyango wezolimo usuqalile ukuqwashisa nokufundisa abalimi ngezindlela ezintsha abangazisebenzisa. Sincoma futhi ukuthi kusetshenziswe kube nohlelo lokuqwashisa abantu ngokusetshenziswa kwamanzi ngendlela eyongayo, ukuqinisekisa ukuthi uhlelo lokuphathwa komhlaba luyalandelwa nguwo wonke umuntu. Ukhongolose unxusa umnyango kanye nohulumeni wonkana ukuthi usebenzise ngamandla ukukhanda izitshalo ezizomelana nesimo sokushisa komhlaba, ikakhulukazi ngoba le generation of crops esinayo ngoku isihanjelwe isikhathi. Konke ke lokhu kuzodinga ukuthi sibe nohlelo olucacile lwansuku zonke lokuqwashisa imiphakathi yakithi khona ukuze ulwazi lufinyelele kumuntu wonke lapha kulesi sifundazwe. Honorable Speaker, ukhongolose uyazibophezela kwakhona ukuthi uzokwenza isiqinisekiso sokuthi uyalisabalalisa ulwazi kumphakathi mayelana nezindlela zokuphila ngaphansi kwesimo se-climate change. Ndiyabulela, asante sana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable M. Govender, to respond to the debate, who was
Speaker. Honourable Speaker, let me just start by saying that with due respect, with difficulty this is, to Honourable De Boer, this is not a stale resolution unless Honourable De Boer considers the issue of climate change and its related impact on the environment and on our futures as being stale. I, for one, don't foresee a stale future, Honourable De Boer. I don't know what your situation is. However, let me also say, Honourable Speaker, that yes, we are now in the period where, political parties come and they shake out their dusty cloths and they want to go into electioneering mode. And then it becomes fashionable to bash organizations and to try and pull them down. I want to remind my colleagues on the other side of the table that it is the DA, the Democratic Alliance, that is a poster child for fracking, for gas and oil exploration. They are the ones who support this, and they kind of term it as being done in the interest of creating employment for unemployed youth, etc. And this is not something that I've pulled out of the air, Honourable Speaker. This is contained in the 2019 manifesto, the one in which they tried to sell a promise to South Africans and, of course, failed miserably because they were not elected as a majority. But they had fracking put in there. And as I say, they see themselves as poster boys and girls for fracking. So, Honourable De Boer, monkey see, monkey do. Please don't scream and shout here when, in fact, the party that you represent is talking about something different. Honourable Speaker, I want to agree with what the colleagues in the Inkatha Freedom Party have said. As a province, we have experienced the worst ravages of climate change in the form of flooding. It's not the first set of floods that we had in 2022. There were floods prior to that. And unfortunately, in terms of the predictions, there will be more. So the issue of early warning systems and, importantly, as Honourable Speedler pointed out, creating awareness in our communities comes to the fore. This motion is not being opposed to boy or girl for anything, but to say that as the legislature, where we are located and where we are expected to do a piece of work, our role, one of our roles should be to engage in awareness programs. And we are very well positioned to do so, Honourable Speaker, because we engage in outreach programs. We have portfolio committees that engage in public hearings. We have members of the public in terms of our public participation program who come to our events and to our meetings. And all our meetings, in the interest of greenness as well, are live streamed, etc. So we can conduct these awareness programs. And Honourable Speaker, I think we are honor bound to do so. It is our contribution as the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, and we should make it. It's also our contribution as the African National Congress-led legislature. And I think that is very important. It is also the African National Congress-led government that is piloting through the climate change bill in Parliament at the moment. And it contains very important clauses which are mindful of the changes in the environment and seek to protect what we have. So, Honourable Chairperson, I do take umbrage when, ill-informed people want to make pronouncements because they think it'll grab them a vote. Really, it's not in very good taste. The issues we're dealing with are far more serious, far more complex, and far more important. Let's not grandstand, but rather let's work together as the legislature where we find ourselves. Let's look at these awareness programs. For example, one of the things we could do, Honourable Speaker, is on our live streaming and on our website, ensure that we put out the correct messages as to how small things, because that's how it works, small things can be done to contribute towards alleviating the impacts of climate change. I want to thank the colleagues for their inputs. I think that many of them have been constructive, showing the way forward. The African National Congress is, of course, leading in this commitment to minimize, can't say do away with it, but to minimize the impacts of it. We are the ones who are pushing for the green economy. It is us, as the African National Congress, who are putting through legislation that seeks to promote that and provides incentives to people to go green. So thank you very much, colleagues, for your contributions. I think most of you have dealt with this motion with the seriousness that it deserves. Thank you.
We have come to the end of our debate for this motion. The House will adjourn so that we'll have lunch. We will come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, honorable members.
I see LFM.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We are continuing with our work. So we are taking the last set of our debate for this afternoon, honorable members. We will be debating the motion by the IFP. The mover is Honorable NJ Nkwanyana. We are affording Honorable Nkwanyana 10 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Honorable VF Tlhabisa, the leader of the opposition, I greet you in his absentia, and I'm greeting you all. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP would like to commend the Speaker for approving and allowing debate to take place in order to come up with long-term...
Honorable Nkwanyana, there is a point of order. You may take a seat.
Point of order, Speaker, as followed by
You are waiting.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable.
The IFP would like to commend Honorable Speaker for approving and allowing this debate to take place in order to come up with...
Honorable Nkwanyana, there is another point of order. Honorable Nene.
Mrs. Speaker.
Which rule are you rising on, Honorable Nene? I spent Sebanji with Katako, Honorable Nkwanyana. Hey, okay. Please, honorable members, let us allow Honorable Nkwanyana to present her motion.
Bishop, please. The IFP would like to commend the Honorable Speaker for approving and allowing this debate to take place in order to come up with long-term amicable solutions to ensure that KZN is ready should a cholera outbreak strike. Cholera is caused by the bacteria Vibrio cholera, either type 01 or type 0139. The motion we are debating today came after the IFP felt that the death of 32 people since the cholera outbreak in Hammanskraal must be a wake-up call and must be a cause for concern to all of us. Cholera doesn't know borders. The illness, therefore, does not necessarily remain within the borders of one specific country or province. Although there are no cases of cholera in KZN currently, the question remains, is KZN ready should a cholera outbreak strike? And what plans are in place to detect and respond to such a possible outbreak? Lokhu kuzosiza sihlalo ekutheni kwehlisela umongameli wezwe ophinde abe umongameli we-ANC umhlonishwa uCyril Ramaphosa izindleko zokuthi ehle enyuka ezoxolisa emphakathini waKwaZulu-Natal uma abantu sebebulawe yicholera njengoba simbonile ezoxolisa kamumva eHammanskraal ngokuthi bahlinzele ezibini umphakathi wakuleya ndawo ngokwehluleka ukuhlinzeka ngamanzi ahlanzekile. We cannot allow a situation where this government only reacts in a knee-jerk manner after a disaster has occurred. As human beings, our health and the health of those we care about is a matter of daily concern. The Constitution provides that the state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the rights enshrined in the Bill of Rights, which includes the right to have access to healthcare services. The IFP believes that it is the government's responsibility to prevent the spread of diseases, such detecting diseases, assuring the reporting of infectious diseases, preventing the transmission of disease, and implementing control measures during infectious disease outbreaks. We must recall that KwaZulu-Natal previously recorded a high number of deaths due to a cholera outbreak, which happens in 2000 and 2001. The IFP believes that to ensure that a cholera outbreak doesn't occur in KZN, both short-term and long-term solutions are needed. Like the COVID-19 pandemic, there is an urgent need for the government to invest in water, sanitation, and hygiene. In addition, financial resources need to be provided for surveillance, education, and additional medical supplies. The IFP is not convinced that KZN is ready to deal with cholera outbreak, as we still have municipalities such as eThekwini, which has failed to address sewage water infrastructure and has returned to the national government more than 300 million of grant that were meant to improve infrastructure and Umkhanyakude district, which has failed to provide people with water. It is an undisputed fact that many people in KwaZulu-Natal only have the right to safe water and sanitation on paper. Sanitation is a cornerstone of public health and should be a priority. The right to clean water and sanitation should not remain a pipe dream forever. This is further supported by the SADC Hygiene Strategic signed by the 16 SADC member states in 2022, which presents an ideal instrument to address the recurrence of cholera and other hygiene-related diseases. Recently, the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Umzimkhulu, released the Blue Drop Watch Report, the Number Drop Watch Report, the Green Drop Watch Report. When you read the 22 full Green Drop Report, it states that 334 wastewater systems are in a critical condition in 90 municipalities. In informal settlements, access to water and sanitation is precarious as a result of discriminatory infrastructure development practices and the prioritization of more affluent neighborhoods in the provision of services. The IFP believes that first step to realizing these rights is to acknowledge that we have a huge crisis that calls for the rethinking of strategies at both national, provincial, and local levels. Without enough dedicated budgets for sanitation, water, and infrastructure, the constitution recognizes that water and sanitation will never materialize. Our hospitals ready for a cholera outbreak, as we often heard horrific stories of patients alleged to be sleeping on the floor due to the shortage of hospital beds. It is a well-known fact that the KZN Department of Health is experiencing a shortage of medical staff in relation to the increasing size of the population. The 2022-23 APP shows that the number of professional nurses per the population of 100,000 is 152.5. This proportion represents 17,816 professional nurses and medical practitioners per 100,000 people, servicing a population of 11,583 million. The total population in KZN is serviced by an average of 3,234 medical doctors. This number represents approximately 27.4% of the required proportion of required health professionals, and according to the department, there is also an estimated funding gap to fill critical vacant posts amounting to 2.5 billion latest plan. The IFP believes that first, to prevent future outbreaks, KZN needs strong public health surveillance system to quickly identify and confirm cholera cases, allowing for immediate action. Spread of the disease within an area can be reduced through early detection and confirmation of cases, followed by an appropriate, well-coordinated multi-sectoral response. To facilitate rapid and effective response to outbreaks, KZN should develop and implement cholera preparedness plans and programs. An epidemic of cholera can be controlled more quickly when the affected people know how to protect themselves and their relatives, and the community is engaged to help limit the spread of the disease. It is also important to develop or use a prepared set of harmonized messages on the prevention of cholera. The IFP believes that there is a need for cooperation between the Department of Health and the Department of Education on educating teachers and learners about the nature of transitional diseases and how to control them. Increasing health awarenesses about cholera infection throughout multimedia facilities such as radio, television, and magazines. Awarenesses programs related to water treatment, water quality, and importance of flushing toilets should be carried out in the rural areas to improve the status of public health. The IFP believes that we must all support UNICEF's goal of making sure that by 2030, cholera is no longer a threat to public health. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkwanyana. The first speaker to debate on this motion is Honorable N.R. Majola for 8 minutes of the African National Congress. Honorable Majola, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, Kamavimbela. Let me greet the Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker in absentia, Chair of Chairs and the Deputy Chair of Chairs, my colleagues, Premier Honorable Dube Ngube in absentia, the Executive, my colleagues and our guests in the gallery. I greet you all. Before I can start my debate, I wish to really say some condolences to all the families that have lost their relatives during this outbreak of the cholera in the provinces that have been attacked by it. Chairperson, let me display my pleasure in being part of this debate that seeks to challenge the African National Congress-led government on compliance in the implementation of and understanding of policies, rules, regulations, procedures, and National Health Act on communicable diseases and notification. The Minister of National Health and Population Development has promulgated the regulations contained in the schedule here too, in terms of Section 32, 33, and 34 of the Health Act of 1977, which is Act 63 of 1977. The epidemic preparedness constitutes all the activities that have to be undertaken from the national to the health facility levels to be ready to respond effectively to disease outbreaks. Preparedness in the case of KZN is totally different because there is no case that has taken place, but it is not leaving us out in making sure that there is a research-based set of actions that are taken up as precautionary measures in the face of the potential diarrhea of cholera that has been an outbreak in other provinces. That will be the important quality in achieving goals and also in avoiding and mitigating negative outcomes. This is due to the understanding of our situation as far as the water and sanitation department is concerned. Chairperson, cholera continues to threaten many countries and constitutes a major global public health. The Johns Hopkins and the International Federation of the Red Cross and recent societies of 2008/317 indicates that amongst displaced populations, diarrheal diseases account for over 50% of the deaths during acute emergency phases. This was witnessed in 1994, where cholera and Shigella dysentery caused 85% of the recorded 50,000 deaths after the influx of Rwandan refugees in DRC, as well as North Kivu. In Haiti, Vibrio cholera was introduced following an earthquake in January 2010, where there were 3,990 deaths that were reported. The South Africa was considered to be at risk for cholera outbreaks as early as 1971 because of the legacy of apartheid, and the first case of cholera was diagnosed in 1973. In 7 periods of cholera epidemics, but case fatality rate translated to 1.4%, with highest number of cases reported from the Limpopo and Mpumalanga provinces. The next cholera epidemic was during 2000 to 2001, with KwaZulu-Natal accounting 95% of the country's cases, but it was at 0.21, which was the case fatality report, which was lower than the national figure of 0.22%, implying good case management in comparison with the World Health Organization benchmark of greater than 1% in 2014. This did not happen out of nothing, but was due to proactiveness approach as the best way to reduce the risk of spreading cholera in our community and the province thereof. Chairperson, as members, we are aware that health department is a fire extinguisher because it is responding to socially poor management of some other departments, as well as the infrastructure. This indicates the need to call the structure that has been established in response to all forms of disaster outbreaks, and cholera outbreak is not exempted. In the case of departmental preparedness, it is all coordinated at a disaster joint operations center for better coordinating of all government disaster management sector departments. Each sector department will be allocated a key role in the management of that particular current disaster situation, with financial attachment and proper plan to be monitored at a departmental level and at the JOC level. These activation disaster joint operation centers are responsible with standardizing reporting protocols to the National Disaster Management Committee because it is declared an outbreak or a pandemic, as it was done and seen live happening during COVID-19 in 2020, when a first case was reported in March. In the case of cholera outbreak, the center department is water and sanitation for clean water supply and provision of sanitation services for the purpose of reducing case fatality rate. The social cluster is always in the center, as we know that social relief of distress is the key to mitigate socioeconomic vulnerability to our communities. The flood disasters, the lightnings and the thunderstorms are predisposing factors, as well as our socioeconomic status of our province, are the reasons to ensure that disaster management committee is always in place. Based on that, health readiness will never be a standalone, but part of broader structure of that disaster management committee. Floods led to displacement of households, rivers not guaranteed as safe water sources at all. Both local government and provincial government have responsibility for provision of safe accommodation and water, as we know that cholera is a waterborne disease where safety provision of water is not implemented. All such resolutions are taken within the disaster committee in the line of the preparedness as the province. Chairperson, definitely that is an indicator of our Department of Health to ensure the Health Act on communicable disease like cholera is fully in place for proper management of isolation cases, ensuring that in-services and workshops on cholera policies for staff has always been at the center of the preparedness that is being done all the time. The turnaround time on laboratory investigations reduced, and notification of such cases is done on time within prescribed time for prompt management. With the introduction of ward community-based teams for outreach programs, the NHI contracted doctors and the school health programs, all such new initiatives are the foot soldiers in communicating in all medias available with high cognizance of languages. The prevention, promotion, and the treatment of all identified cases and reports are continuously done at the NERV Center. Health intervention in post-1994 have dramatically changed for the best. Chairperson, with all what I have mentioned, clarify the issues of how the Department of Health is ready to conquer any adverse condition as far as cholera is concerned. The interdepartmental committee responsible for the follow-up to all the meetings that are mostly taking place, it's being headed by the Interministerial Committee, and the IDC is tasked for the provision of technical support to Interministerial Committee. ANC leaves and ANC leads. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majola. The next member to debate is Honorable TJ Gumede for 6 minutes of the IFP.
Ngiyathemba ukuthi umhlonishwa uyangibona uDube. Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Premier and the leader of the official opposition in their absentia. The spread of cholera in our country represents a fear of the unknown. As my colleagues had alluded, that if we do not take proactive steps to prevent the spread of cholera, we'll find ourselves in a worse situation. Our people are currently recovering from the threefold waves that engulfed the province in the past 2 to 3 years. We cannot afford to apply a wait and see approach in this situation. We could otherwise be in this situation that could be otherwise be prevented and de-escalated before it adds more problems
to the ones that we already have. One of the articulate spokesperson from the UNICEF by the name of Jerome Petfen Zambruni, who is a secretary in the Public Health Emergency Unit head in Geneva, said that cholera came to South Africa when he had warned them on the 19th of May that the worst is coming, but we were not prepared. He also added that the current global cholera situation is unprecedented because due to the alarming size of the outbreaks and the spread and the extraordinarily high rate of deaths. Honorable members, the recent cases in Mpumalanga and Free State, Gauteng and elsewhere are a wake-up call. Today, my colleagues have expounded on the way this disease is being transmitted. It's not only water, also food. So if we talk about readiness, we're not talking about the Disaster Management Center. They can coordinate. But if we do not prevent, there's only one principle in health, that is prevention. And prevention comes only when you do your outreach. We should be now be having messages in the media, maybe in the TV, maybe in the radio. We should be now having pamphlets being handed out through all the schools. We should be now having leaflets being handed over in clinics and in hospitals, telling people about the 5-step prevention. Because this disease can be prevented. It needs people to be told exactly what to do so that they don't acquire this disease. So when we talk about preparedness, we talk about that. We talk about the rooms, IV rooms that we are going to have in the clinics and in the hospitals. We talk about a specific IV type that will be infused into a client. We talk about a specific antibiotic specific to that bacteria. We talk about roads to the clinic, which is the first entry for a client. We don't have good roads. This disease can kill you less than hours. 3 really loose stools can leave you dead. So it's treated as an emergency. We need roads, we need ambulances, we need the staff in the clinics, we need everything that can be done to prevent this illness. I say this because the first 2 cases reported in Gauteng province on the 5th of February 2023, which means that the KwaZulu-Natal government had close to 5 months of preparation to prepare and prevent the spread and fatal outcomes of cholera. Therefore, there should be no room for excuses, as was the case with the spread of COVID-19. This is a chance for the government to show that it was able to learn important lessons from the previous pandemic, and it is therefore able to deal with a new one. While both COVID-19 and cholera are separate diseases, there are specific correlations that exist between the 2 of them. The other one is caused by the virus, the other one by the bacteria, but they are both an emergency. They are both highly infectious, and they need high sense of urgency. So asilindele bakithi ukuthi kube khona umuntu ofayo kuleli likaMthaniya, because if that happens, we'll put that squarely at the door of the Department of Health and say that why should people die? Because we had so much time to prepare. But the most important thing is to educate people. And in that note, we say let no one die due to cholera in KZN. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kumete. The next member to debate, it's Honorable Evie Patki for 4 minutes of the DA.
Honorable Speaker, members in the House, I greet you all, Sanwanani. The threat of a cholera outbreak in KwaZulu-Natal still looms large when one considers the conditions that exist in our province that give rise to the spread of a waterborne disease. Of the 152 cases in Gauteng, 27 resulted in fatalities. Of the 9 cases in the Free State, there was 1 fatality. There was a further fatality in Mpumalanga. And these are constant reminders of just how deadly the bacteria can be if preventive and response mechanisms are found to be wanting. Gauteng has arrested the spread through their response, but we in KwaZulu-Natal don't want to be caught in the position that they were in. And so this call for a state of readiness is appropriate. We know that the Department of Health has put its own plans in place to deal with a sudden outbreak. And these plans include a high alert in all districts, training of 70 officials, a rapid response team to cope with an outbreak, meetings with districts, meetings with municipalities and with health facilities to ensure their readiness, the use of the provincial war room, close surveillance of all diarrheal cases, training on specimen collection, and last but not least, the distribution of pamphlets and posters. I hope to see these pamphlets and posters sometime soon. It may give me confidence that indeed these measures are taking place. But it cannot end there. More has to be done, and not just by the Department of Health. I said at the outset that we face specific conditions in KwaZulu-Natal that warrant a response from departments in both provincial and national spheres of government. KwaZulu-Natal is beset with water supply challenges, the product of decades of infrastructure neglect and a government that relegated maintenance to the bottom of the agenda, usually in favor of populist projects, staff growth, and an aversion to revenue collection. These practices have resulted in water scarcity and outages that often drive citizens to dubious sources of this essential life-saving resource. The responses and the interventions that have come from our water entities, from the Metro, from national and provincial government, has not made the impact that is needed to keep safe water running from our taps. It is a sad reality that for many suburbs, villages, and towns, water supply can disappear for days and even weeks without communication or supplementary sources during the outage. It was like this before load shedding. It is even worse now. If it was not for the good Samaritans in our society who make their boreholes and their vehicles available in times of dire need, many would perish. But these untested and untreated sources are made available in the spirit of community help, even though they may have negative health impacts. Now, closely linked to the water supply problem is the management of wastewater. The two coexist. Wastewater treatment systems built 50 years ago continue to fail under a regime that has failed to maintain and upgrade systems in keeping with the growth of our population and hence the demand for the service. Systems that have aged to the point of failure do not fall under a replacement and upgrade program. I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Patki. The Honorable Member to debate, it's Honorable P.P. Herricks of the EFF for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, notes that the IFP has raised questions around the province's inability to handle the outbreak should it spread to KwaZulu-Natal following the first case on the 14th of August on the year 2000 in KZN as highly affected province. About 7,275 cases of cholera at treatment centers such as hospitals, clinics, and rehydration centers between August 2000 to 11 April 2001. The review of cholera epidemic in South Africa with focus in KZN province. Honorable MEC, currently there's no acknowledgement and methodology which is given unless otherwise stated, and that a question for intervention has to be asked. To date, there should be a task force and objectives should have been done already in the province. Problem constraints, recommendations, and prevention measures should be out. Previously, the cases were reported starting in the lower Umfolozi district around the 14th of August, Nguchini and Ngoloti, spread to other districts through Eshowe, Inkandla, September, Stenga, Ilembe, and Potchefstroom in October, which in the lower Umfolozi and Ulundi had the highest cases. The areas of high concern are still mainly in deep rural areas due to poor personal and domestic hygiene, hand washing, especially after the use of toilets before eating, food hygiene and clean environment, and sorely lacking or due to water constraints in the mainly or mostly focused deep rural areas. Added to this, we have a scale sewage pollution of our rivers, oceans, and streets. The National Institute for Communicable Diseases has urged provinces, including KwaZulu-Natal, where cholera cases has not been detected, to be vigilant and reported any suspected cases to the Department of Health, and for surveillance measures must be strengthened to enable early detection. We urge the MEC and the department to implement surveillance and preventative measures in all districts with a matter of urgency. The province does, however, need a task force to be on the ground constantly, monitoring every healthcare facility and community, as this is a critical pandemic. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Herricks. The next member to debate is Honorable CM Shinga of the NSP for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As we debate this motion, history is telling us that in 2001, the KZN government experienced high record of deaths reported due to cholera outbreak in the province. This should serve as a yardstick for us to be extra cautious and careful. We need to be prepared and ready as the province. It will be suicidal to only singulate the Department of Health about the readiness and preparedness to deal with issues of cholera. Even us as the legislature, political parties, and other departments such as Department of Education and many have a role to play in creating awareness. Hence, municipalities must also deliver into their core mandate of giving clean water to our communities. As the NFP, we strongly believe that the supply of fresh water should be guaranteed at all times by the local sphere of government. In most districts in KwaZulu-Natal, such as Zululand, Gungundlovu, Umzinyathi, Umkhanyakude, people suffer from water scarcity and shortage. Therefore, it means we must come up with innovative way of preserving and reusing water. Somlomo kuyiqiniso ukuthi umnyango wezempilo iwona kumele uhambe phambili ekuhleleni ukuvikela nokulwa neziguli. Hleze umphathiswa womnyango uzosipha iy'nhlelo abanazo ukuvikela nokulwa nesifo uma ukuthi sigcina sisihlasela. Kungasiphindi okwe-COVID-19 eyagcina ibonakala idlondlobala kwangathi we were not prepared. Enye inkinga esinayo eyokuhamba nokucima nokunqamuka kukagesi ekubeni kwezinye izindawo abantu kumele babilise amanzi bawahlanze kuqala ngaphambi kokuba bawaphuze ngoba bewalanda emfuleni. Enye ingqinamba okumele abaphathiswe bayiqikelele not only by the Department of Health eyokuthuthwa kwendle nengqalasizinda nokulahlwa kwenkunkuma. Kwezinye izindawo kusasetshenziswa izindlu zangasese zemgodi lapho omasipala babuye bengamunci indle njengaseBlowbush eNewcastle nakwezinye indawo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shinga. The next member to debate is Honorable NPF Mavuso of the African National Congress for 8 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Members, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Chair, it is the greatest honor for me to participate in this significant debate in relation to the National Health Insurance, a subject which is very paramount and close to the heart of the African National Congress. Noting that the majority of our people experience challenges with accessing primary health care, the African National Congress-led government sought to address this challenge by conducting extensive research and consultations on the best ways to achieve quality universal health coverage, which has now become the NHI. Honorable Chairperson, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa reaffirmed the goal of the NHI in his State of the Nation address in 2020, saying, I quote, "Fundamental condition for growth and development is a healthy and productive population with access to quality and affordable health care," unquote. As the ANC-led government, we keep working extremely hard to enhance the provision of healthcare services for all South Africans, irrespective of their socio-economic status. Healthcare is a basic human right that is enshrined in the Constitution of our country. It is a right that is widely accepted as an international principle. Currently, there is a totally inadequate two-tier health system with outcomes in comparison to inputs, being a fragmented, understaffed public sector serving 85% of the population and a fragmented, overserviced, overspecialized, expensive private sector serving about 15% of the population. Therefore, the whole system needs a facelift for services to be shared equitably. Services and/or benefits are going to be purchased from both the public and the private health sectors on behalf of the whole nation, and this is going to strengthen the role of the state as the purchaser of healthcare. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, we have progressed in our transformation journey, and the NHI will be implemented in phases and be fully implemented in the year 2023 financial year. An implementation plan is being finalized in preparation for the passage of the NHI bill so as to create a single national health system that will ensure risk protection, provision of quality health care services, and universality and social solidarity. Honorable Chairperson, despite progress in understanding of the illness and its treatment, cholera remains a serious public health issue and an indicator of inequity and lack of social development. Cholera is an acute diarrhea infection caused by ingestion of food or water contaminated with the bacterium called Vibrio cholerae. Developed symptoms like mild, moderate, and acute watery diarrhea with severe dehydration can lead to death if left untreated. Hlalohlon Pegile, I wish to bring to the attention of this House that the Department of Health is combat ready in ensuring that communities are protected against the outbreak of cholera. Communities are reminded of the long adapted sustainable
wash solution to ensure use of safe water, basic sanitation and good hygiene practices in cholera hotspots. These prevent waterborne illnesses as well as contributing to achieving goals related to poverty, malnutrition and education. The wash solutions of cholera are aligned with those of the Sustainable Development Goals. Community engagements include promotion and adoption of protective hygiene measures, such as hand washing with soap, safe preparation and safe storage of food, increased communication regarding potential risks, symptoms of cholera, precautions to take to avoid cholera, when and where to report cases, and to seek immediate treatment when symptoms appear. The department ensures assessment against the provided criteria provided in the regulations to determine whether there is a need for official notification, and currently there is no panic in the province as there is no outbreak. Without a doubt, Honorable Chair, South Africa has improved significantly since 1994. Together, we are still on track to reclaim everyone's dignity and undo decades of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. As the African National Congress-led government, we reiterate our commitment to transform the lives of the people of South Africa for the better. NHI is a milestone that will ensure quality healthcare that does not discriminate on the basis of affordability. We shall continue to uphold the principles of the movement's founders. Honorable Chairperson, we are certain that His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa is at the helm and can guide this ship to calmer waters and benefit our people. ANC remains the only movement that can continue to make the lives of the people of our country better. We call upon the people of South Africa to continue voting for Umbutho Wabantu. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mavuso. We have received an apology from Honorable S. Chakuri Rajpans. So we are moving on to the next member to debate, Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM for 2 minutes.
Alohloniphekile kuyiqiniso ukuthi kusithuse sonke ezweni laseNingizimu Afrika ukuvela kwalesi sifo. Sihlalo hloniphekile ngicabanga ukuthi ke kuyi-responsibility yethu sonke, ilaba abaphethe imikhandlu, ilaba abaphethe i-province, ilaba abaphethe uhulumeni kazwelonke, ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sime ekuzivikeleni kulesi sifo. Lesi sifo ke siza ngendlela ezahlukahlukene. Kudingeka ukuthi sonke kusukela emakhaya kufika endaweni ekusetshenzwa kuzona sibheke ngayo yonke indlela, kakhulukazi ngeendaweni zasemakhaya lapho abantu besahamba bayofinyelela emifuleni abakha amanzi angcolile khona. Sicela ukuthi emkhandlwini yonke eney'ndawo zasemakhaya bazame ukubhekelela ukuze abantu bakithi bangazitholi benalesi sifo. Yebo-ke KwaZulu-Natal asakasiboni singenelela, kodwa kuhle ukuthi sizilungiselele. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Phakathi. We have also received the apology from Honorable S. Imangele. So the next member to debate is Honorable Evie Papki of the DA for 4 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, when I left the podium, I was speaking to wastewater management systems built 50 years ago and now falling into disrepair. Systems that have aged to the point of failure do not fall under a replacement or an upgrade program that is built into budgets as a non-negotiable component. I have personally visited many of these sites in the Ugu district and eThekwini, and I've seen the evidence that resulted in 75% of these installations being reported by COGTA as non-compliant. Outflows of sewer into streams, into lagoons, and onto beaches are therefore commonplace. The Department of Environmental Affairs and COGTA must step up their oversight and force municipalities to raise their game or face sanction. Threats of fines that never materialize are not going to change bad habits of neglect. Public representatives and officials that gamble with the health of our people by failing to ensure basic maintenance and upgrades should face personal cost orders. It is not only the risk of cholera that should drive this requirement, it is the general well-being of our citizens and the undeniable impact that this infrastructure has on economic sustainability and growth. How can we expect tourism to grow when tourists are faced with dry showers and high E. coli when they bathe in the sea? Speaker, there are two other high-risk areas for cholera outbreak in our province, that of schools and that of informal settlements, and both can be found across the length and breadth of our province. With approximately 20% of schools still using pit latrines, coupled with the scarcity of water, the children at these schools are at a high risk. The hand washing stations that were implemented have fallen into disuse and abandonment. We told you so at the time. Schools should be the epicenter of driving the educational program to prevent cholera. What of informal settlements? They have been the reality for many families, and many citizens who grew up there are now raising families there today, 29 years later. And these settlements are characterized by some very undesirable factors. And I speak of poor drainage, close proximity living, poor litter management, common usage water sources, common cooking facilities, bad sanitation services. These conditions have prevailed for decades and continue to be with us today. They represent all the ingredients that are needed to cook up a cholera outbreak storm. They represent target zones for preventive measures and upgrades that will mitigate the high risk of infection. And I invite all honourable members in the House to take a walk through an informal settlement to see the conditions that prevail there. Young children and babies are exposed to these conditions. It is the picture that should move every one of us, and most of all, should move a caring government to intervene with both compassion and intent. What better place to launch an attack on disease and despair than in an informal settlement? Putting in basic infrastructure and practical social support programs in these many villages of the most vulnerable in our society does not require massive investment or eye-watering amounts for infrastructure. And maybe this is the reason why they remain the forgotten stepchild, only to be fussed over with food parcels when a by-election requires their vote. They don't offer the opportunity for large-scale supply chain management extraction, better known as tender fraud. The realistic threat of cholera outbreak is one of those symptoms that points to governance failure on many levels. It is not only the purview of the Department of Health, because it stems from a myriad of failures across the spectrum of departments and services that citizens rely on. The motion calls for a response from the MEC for Health. I venture to say it ought to go much further.
Thank you very much, Honorable Papki. The next member to debate is Honorable P. Gavenda of the IFP for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Greetings to all honourable members present. Firstly, allow me to thank the honourable colleague Nkonyana for placing this very important debate on the order paper for today. Honourable colleagues, it is often said that when wise people see dark clouds gathering, they will get out their umbrellas and prepare for rain. In line with this thinking, the Inkatha Freedom Party wisely decided to present this member statement for debate today. This does not mean that the IFP is predicting that cases of cholera will present in KwaZulu-Natal. All we are saying is let us assess our state of readiness in the event that such cases do arrive at our doorstep. It is essential that we be in a state of readiness and be able to detect and respond effectively. We have already seen cases of cholera in some of the other provinces that have even led to a loss of lives. As at the 28th of May 2023, the death toll from cholera was 23, with many others being hospitalized. These are the dark clouds that the IFP is talking about. As a province, we need to ask ourselves whether our clinics, our hospitals are in a state of readiness. Do we have the early detecting systems, especially at clinic level, because that is where our people may first present themselves with symptoms. We need to ascertain whether our clinics are sufficiently resourced. We need to ascertain whether the isolation wards that were in place during the COVID times are still available. When we visited healthcare facilities in our province recently, we found that there were facilities that did not have sufficient resources, be it personnel and/or equipment. In view of reported medical staff shortages at many healthcare facilities, we need to be assured that we have experienced and proficient personnel to recognize cholera symptoms. We might say in this House that we are combat ready. But in a statement on the 31st of May 2023, the Health Minister, Honorable Joe Pasla, stated, and I quote, "Unfortunately, due to the fact that some of the patients presented at clinics where conditions were not adequate to take specimens for laboratories, this was not done." Unquote. I cannot stress more just how vital it is to have early detection in place to avert an outbreak and place lives at risk. There needs to be public awareness, even at school level, so that our educators and learners will be able to identify symptoms of cholera and know how to respond. In Gauteng, in the 7 days from the 17th to the 23rd of May 2023, 163 patients presented at Jubilee Hospital with diarrhea and vomiting symptoms, giving an average of 23 patients a day. The number of deaths was 17 in 7 days. As a province that has deep rural areas where in many instances, people reside far from healthcare facilities and do not have easy access to clean drinking water, we cannot afford not to be alert. KwaZulu-Natal shares its borders with other countries as well as with other provinces. And these borders are very porous, and we find that people are traveling in and out of our province almost on a daily basis. Schools across the country will be closing tomorrow, and we can expect a flood of tourists into KwaZulu-Natal. Are we in a state of readiness? Let us not wait in a state of slumber, but rather let's be proactive. And this is what the IFP is asking for in this debate. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kavenda. The next member to debate from the African National Congress is Honorable CQ Madlopa for 12 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, Mavimbela, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Ndabezitha, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Nkosi yesizwe yakwaNdwalane esinayo esijoyinile, the Chief Whip, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, I greet you all. It is an honor for me to participate in this debate representing inhlangano yabantu eyalwa yakhulula isizwe sase South Africa. Honorable Speaker, the 47th anniversary commemoration of the Youth Month serves as a reminder of the sacrifices made by the generation of 1976, who sacrificed their lives for us to enjoy the freedom we all enjoy today. Let the youth of today take the baton forward in line with what Frantz Fanon advised when he said, and I quote, close quotes, that each generation must discover its mission, fulfill or betray it. Therefore, the youth has a critical role to play in shaping the direction that our country must take. The youth must unite in fighting the challenges they experience as young people. Honorable Speaker, the 55th National Conference of the African National Congress resolved that health remains a priority. It is for this reason that ANC remains committed to the attention and focus of cholera preparedness and responses. Hence, we aggressively reject the idea that the ANC government does not supply and respond to the health services that people require. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Department of Health in the manner they worked to respond to this outbreak. This portrays that our government derives its approach to health from the injunction contained in the Freedom Charters that says, I quote and close quote, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. I therefore stand before you today, colleagues, to deliver this critical debate after the recent cholera outbreak, as the people of KwaZulu-Natal have been waiting for the opportunity for our government to respond to their needs. Let me take this opportunity to commend this ANC-led government that it's hard at work, as currently there is no confirmed cases in KwaZulu-Natal, and the 6 suspected cholera cases tested negative. Noting that in the year 2000, KwaZulu-Natal was the most affected province. However, cholera control and response were coordinated through interministerial committee with the overall aim to reduce on mortality and morbidity. Madam Speaker, although cholera has not reached our province, KwaZulu-Natal is, however, on standby to mount an effective response should the need arise. This is evidenced by the measures that have already been implemented by the Department of Health, as there has been an increasing acknowledgement of cholera. And the province has implemented the following initiatives to try to be ready for the cholera if it breaks out in our province. 1, a provincial cholera preparedness and response meeting with all health facilities, municipalities, districts, where the focus was on laboratory readiness, case management, infection and control, water quality and risk communication and community engagement. Secondly, risk communication and community engagement activities are ongoing and include sharing of IEC material in all media platforms. Honorable Speaker, the other one is emergency medical services are on high alert as we speak. On environmental health, water and food quality monitoring has been intensified too. In addition, 70 officials were trained on rapid response from all districts, and teams were orientated on cholera by National Health Laboratory. Honorable Speaker, we pride ourselves with this plan of action, as it is crystal clear that we are on high alert. Hence, we want to appreciate the leadership of the MEC, Honorable Simelane, and her team, which has ensured priority of this communicable disease with the limited resources at its disposal. Again, we welcome the simulation exercise on the readiness to cholera outbreak to be conducted next month, July 2023, and the continuation to correct the water quality failures which are being attended to in respective municipalities within the province. These initiatives will strengthen our efforts and ensure that primary health care is on top of the agenda in this government led by the African National Congress. Furthermore, last year, this department progressively called for a social partnership that needed to be formed between government and the people of this province, that would be underpinned by individuals taking responsibility and living in a way that enables the prevention of diseases, etc. This approach has promoted early screening and testing for diseases in order to enable early detection and easier treatment or management of diseases. We indeed applaud their report, which has entailed that many people of the province have responded positively to this call, as evidenced during their many engagements with them. Honorable members, beyond these measures, our provincial government has committed to building a resilient and competent workforce that has the requisite skills to face up to these challenges of our ever-changing world through recruitment, training, career pathing, and retention of the staff. Despite budget constraints that the Department of Health is facing, as we all know, the department progressively continues to seek ways to invest in human capital through staff recruitment and skill development in order to improve its capacity. For instance, for 2023-24, this department has allocated 1,170 medical interns and 1,270 community services personnel in various categories. Further to that, in its bid to improve the quality of healthcare at primary healthcare level, 120 private general practitioners across all the province, 11 districts have been contracted and also doubled the number of ward-based primary healthcare outreach teams from the 176 that we had in 2019-2020 to 352, thus giving many families access to primary health care and making disease prevention and the early detection and treatment of diseases a reality to them. Ngakho-ke, noma zikhona izingqinamba ezibhekene nomnyango ngokwama-challenges nawe-budget, kodwa-ke kuyakhombisa ukuthi inqola emasondosondo iyaqhuba impela ukuzama, njengoba sazi ukuthi nangesikhathi se-COVID-19 i-province yethu was the best in trying to prevent the cholera and also the trainings that were taking place for our communities. Unlike the DA, which has resulted to their typical defensive back passing and finger pointing exercises without accepting any responsibility for their failure to provide water fit for human consumption and commit to addressing the problem. We are ready to take the bull by its horn, not like the DA in Tshwane, where they are passing the buck, not wanting to respond to the challenges facing our people. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, this debate allow me to pay homage to the African National Congress, leader and the General Secretary of the South African Communist Party, Comrade Chris Thembisile, who always placed the interest of the working class at heart through different actions and campaigns, such as the Triple H campaign, which focused on hunger, housing, and health campaign. I am certain that our revolutionary leader is smiling because of the recent NHI bill development, which is being championed by the African National Congress to the benefit of our poor people. Honorable Speaker, ngiyezwa umama uGumede ukhala nge-shortage ye-medication. I know that uma uhlala kwi-committee yakwa-health, akaze sihlangabezane ne-reports noma nesikhali esithi khona la khona i-medication eshoda khona. Ngoba uhlala khona singacela sazi noma yake yapresentwa yini ecommittee, kodwa ngokwazi kwethu ayikho i-report esike yapresentwa ecommittee talking about the shortage of medication. Ngaleyo ndlela siyafisa-ke ukuthi mangabe ikhona into enjalo, kube ukuthi uma wami uyasikhombela lapho khona ngoba i-responsibility yethu is to play an oversight. Sicabanga ukuthi mangabe kunezimo enjalo, it will allow all of us as members of the legislature si play oversight lapho sidlulise umbiko kwi-department ukuthi sibona la kune shortage, because this thing is supposed to be reported and something that came out from the oversight ye committee mangabe lihambile lapho. Siyocela nje ukuthi ekomidini hleze akushare nosihlalo ukuthi nansi indawo ekhona so that sikwazi ukuvala kulezo ndawo ezinama challenges ukuthi kune shortage ye medication. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madlopa. The last member to close the debate in responding to the motion, it's Honorable Kwanyana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I just to thank all the members who participated in this debate. But the IFP is still stressing that we need a multi-sectoral cholera elimination plan with different stakeholders, especially those responsible for the provision of clean water and sanitation and health education as well. Chairperson, I just want to say that our Speaker's office must allow the portfolio committee to do the oversight very well in all the health institutions. Ngoba Chairperson, ikbe khona outbreak of cholera, right enough we agree that there is no patient that has been suffered with cholera in this case at any province. But i-portfolio yethu ayizange iphume yokwenza oversight to other institutions like hospitals and clinics. Ngiyamcelela uchairperson we-portfolio committee ukuthi anikezwe enough time yokuthi makunezinto ezifana nalezi kunama-outbreaks, ama-diseases are-infectious njenge-cholera, kube khona isikhathi esanele anikwa sona ukuthi ahambe kwenza ama-oversight ukuze sibone ukuthi banawo yini mhlawumbe ama-patient ey'bhedlela abanaleso sifo ngaleso sikhathi, ama-signs and symptoms aleso sifo. Ngiyabonga Chairperson Honorable Majola is our chairperson that she also agrees that we need awarenesses to be prioritized to all places, more especially if there are some infectious diseases. Honorable Kumede, thanks very much for your debate. Honorable Kumede, in your absentia, you showed that you know about what we are talking about. Honorable Kumede is a nurse by profession. She knows what she's saying about abantu ukuthi mabatshelwe in different ways of how to prevent the outbreak of any infectious disease if it happens in KZN. Other members, Chairperson, debated very well because they do agree with us as IFP. We need everything to be in place to do away with infectious diseases like cholera. Honorable Phakathi ukhulume ngabomasipala ukuthi abaphethwe ukuthi nabo mabameredi ngokubhekana nalo lubhubhane lesizifo ezinjengalezi. Inkatha Chairperson is very proud of that because we've got municipalities that eswalidayo like King Cetshwayo esibeke 1.5 billion aside of money ukuthi yenze ukuthi ibhekane nesimo esifana namanzi clean and sanitation, as well as Newcastle 938 million obekwe aside ukuthi nawo ubone ukuthi uyahlinzeka umphakathi with clean water and sanitation. Izululand noMzinyathi, they are in place all the time. Uthukela, they've made 80 boreholes asenziwe ukuhlangabezana nenkinga yamanzi ahlanzekile to inkosi Langalibalele as well as Alfred Duma. Chairperson, Honorable Governor talked very well about this debate. Khulume kakhulu ngokuthi if ubona iweather engathi yashintsha, you prepare yourself with an umbrella. Ngoba usukubona ukuthi izulu selizokuna noma lizokuduma lizokwenza njani. Nathi at the same time in this province we must do the same to prepare ourselves ngoba lingaduma noma yinini, lingaguqubula noma yinini bese sishawa zichotho, kanti we need to prepare ourselves before. Wasekhuluma ngama borders. ukuthi ama-borders we need to put an eye on it ngoba kunabantu abaphuma bengena kuma-borders. Some of them will transmit these diseases to our people in KZN because we don't care about our borders. Chairperson, uyazi ukuthi lento ye-cholera ingikhumbuza ukuthi kwake kwaba nesifo se-HIV lapho u-honorable former president ubaba uThabo Mbeki owatheleka khona lapha eMsinga ethi uzoconvince abantu baseMsinga ngendaba ye-HIV kanti yayisiphumile indaba ka-beetroot ne-teaspoon le-olive oil. Bathi abantu ngeke sivume uphakwa udaka emehlweni abantu sebephila kangaka i-HIV emnyango sibe sikhohliswa ngokuthi khona u-beetroot ne-teaspoon lika-olive oil ezokwazi ukusiza abantu. Imphaka kakhongoloseke ethi mihambe iphuma nabantu ifike ifaka abantu udaka emehlweni ingabatshela abantu iqiniso ukuthi isifo sibulala kangakanani. Sibonga yena kudokotela uMtshali wazi wasukuma at the end of the day wabona ukuthi ngeke kuthuleke abantu befa bebulawa HIV ibe zikhona indlela zokuthi abantu bavikeleke. Chairperson, sibonga kakhulu bonke abadebatile. I-cholera MEC akaphendule yonke lento ebuzwe ngama members ukuthi si ready yini